and the noses inhale all magic energy in the surroundings. The mouths join them a little later. The air and space that was overcharged and dense with energies become thinner in an instant, and Eidolon's sword continues its path. In the split second that all of this happened, Belasco moved away a little. The sword will not reach his neck. Zing, but blood flies in the air anyway. Together with Belasco's right arm and prized demonic sword. 4 limbs, the head, and I cut the torso in 2. 7 parts to good luck. Eidolon thinks before using many powers to stop his momentum and changed the sword's direction fast. Belasco can't allow this. He screams. No is more than a scream. Eidolon omnilingualism notices that this is some sort of chant. His danger sense flare, the biggest this day. His eyes move to Belasco's unattached arm. There are demonic glyphs floating and surrounding the arm. The limb is pulsating grotesquely. Explosion, corruption, corrosion, decay, blood of gods. He read all of this from the glyphs, Filho de Puta. He swears in Portuguese, before acting fast and kicking the air to move away. He grabs Belasco's sword telekinetically too. In the end, Hector is the cautious type. There's no need to risk his life to try to kill the guy. This is not a game. The arm explodes. Not only it explodes, but it also appears to use the dense magic atmosphere to empower itself, making the explosion even bigger. 1 kilometer, 2050, 100, the huge ball of destruction devours everything is a 100 kilometers radius. From afar, it looks even a little pretty. A black and red ball of energy, slowly expanding and looking like is swirling. With the actual fuck. Kitty murmurs looking at the faraway nuke-like explosion. Do you think they're all right? Jean asks, they should be. An explosion like that is slow to Eidolon. Rogue comments, Ileana. Piotr says worriedly. Eidolon and Ileana stopped a little far away to look at the explosion. That guy is a little resourceful, huh? Eidolon comments calmly while putting Ileana down. Is he dead? She asks, looking at the explosion. No. But he is very hurt and lost his sword, castle, trusted subordinates and army. He looks at her. In some years, if you still hate his guts you can come here and take revenge on him. She says to her. The best case scenario would be sealing Belasco, but he is no specialist in sealing anyone. So who knows if would be effective? In the end, crippling the guy is good enough. Eidolon plans to come here again, after some research and na increase in strength. Ileana looks at him and nods slowly at his words. She doesn't know how to feel right now. Should she feel happy for escape? Sad that Belasco got away? Sincerely, everything appears a dream. She will need to live a normal life for some time till she get used to it. Her normal right now is good. Now Ileana, let's talk about something more serious. I want to talk with you alone about this. Eidolon says in a serious tone. I imagine that you are mature beyond your years. So I will not treat you like a kid. He says after letting his words settle and he continues, you have been here for 6 years, a little more. But you already know that to us, it has been less than a day since you disappeared. Everyone is the same, the world, your brothers, your friends. Where I'm trying to go is, I can turn you back. He says. Ileana's eyes widen. I can make your body return to your 6-year-old self. Keeping your memories, experiences, everything. Only your body will de-age. This can make things simpler for you, maybe for everyone. But it's your decision. He raises his hand, that is shining golden. I don't want you to be influenced by everyone else. I can understand that adults can be a little inconsiderate of the child's choice. But this is to normal kids. You're not a normal kid. I will support you choice. You can take your time thinking. He says they maintain the silence for some time. Ileana staring at Eidolon hand. I think this would make my brothers happy. She finally says, but it would be a lie. She takes her eyes off his hand to look at his face. I'm not a little girl anymore. Very well. He retracts his hand. If you regret, you can simply call me. It is not like the opportunity went away. Go back, live a little, and think. Only you will know your future challenges. He says. She nods gratefully at him. Well, let's go back to your brothers. They must be worried sick. He says, but before catching her, he opens his left hand. There the sky poison pearl floats. And then he throws it at the distance like a professional baseball player. The other Eidolon is floating calmly in the sky, watching the wasteland created by Belasco's last desperate move. What is this? Magical radiation? Nasty. He comments, looking around. Even he felt a little dizzy before he willed the sword of actuation to eat all this. He looks around one last time before going away. The place is a mess. He can't locate where Belasco teleported off. He didn't believe Belasco died. But the magical explosion created storms and spatial distortions. And Belasco can teleport very stealthily in this world. So there's no way to follow the guy. In some years, he should become bold enough to amass power again. This will reveal him. Then I come back and deal with him. Maybe I should start practicing destroying souls. He thinks while raising his hand casually and catching the flying green streak of light that is the sky poison pearl. He puts the sword of actuation and Belasco's sword away, before stopping in a forest nearby. Come, he says to thin air, and shadow starts to close around him. His Shadowcon army appears, carrying all sorts of stuff. Beyond waiting for the chance to strike, there are other reasons that Eidolon divided himself in two. The most important is obviously keeping the others safe from the shadows. He was observing everyone fight, ready to intervene to save them. In the end, beyond thinning the number of demons around Jean's group a little, he didn't need to intervene. They grow so fast. He wipes an imaginary tear. The other reason is obviously to loot everything possible from Belasco. In his own words, if this is a Walmart cultivation world, I will channel my inner Meng Hao and steal everything I can. He couldn't take everything, but he get a lot of books and other things that he will need to sort of later. Right now, he can only check superficially the ones that look cursed or too much malevolent. I'm not taking this shit to my home dimension, he comments, while the Shadowcon separates the loot in two piles, especially you, he says, taking off Belasco's sword from the sky poison pearl. He tries to hold it for a bit, and his mind is assaulted by a million corruptive thoughts. Disgusting. He let go of the sword. Using creation, Eidolon makes a rectangular perfect adamantium container. And carefully using intangibility, he puts the sword there. He also creates a bigger container to put the other unknown, possibly problematic things. Then he flies high in the air and looks around. Inside this big forest has a promethium vein. That sword is something that he doesn't feel comfortable taking back to his world, even inside the sky poison pearl. He will use the energy of the promethium to hide the adamantium containers. There's even a cave here. Convenient. He goes to the cave, ready to dig deeper to hide the cursed things. He only needs to deal with the inhabitants. There's a group of demonic lions living there. He approaches without a care, and when the lions roared to him, he released his conqueror haki. That's better, he says after watching the effect of his power on the demonic beings. All of them cower in fear. One overly courageous lion attacks him, but after being plummeted into the ground, he becomes meek like the others. You guys are pretty strong. Protect this place, he comments before going to hide the things very deep underground. After some minutes he returns. Is too close to Belasco's former castle? He asks himself, nah, sometimes the eye of the hurricane is the safest. He comments before starts flying to reunite with his other half that already caught up with the other group and is healing the other kitty. Some minutes earlier Jean's group was waiting close to the first city that they visited, Limbo, before they see Eidolon approaching. Ileana! Pyotr and Mikhail exclaim, relieved after seeing that their sister are okay. Siko and Shadow go close to Eidolon to check on him. So is it all over now? Jean asks Eidolon, We saw a big explosion, what happened? Kitty adds, Belasco self-destructed a limb to stop me from hacking him to pieces. He then escaped. Eidolon gives the abridged version. He looks around. Everyone defeated their foe, except me. Feeling like a failure now. Eidolon jokes to light the mood. They laugh but don't buy Eidolon's self-deprecating joke. Shadow, Mikhail and Rogue return the borrowed items to Eidolon. When Shadow returns the Beowulf, Eidolon noticed she is a little down. Is there a problem? He asks, hesitated. She says looking down he understands immediately. She hesitated to deliver the finishing blow. Sim would have escaped if not for Mikhail. Eidolon pats her head. It's okay, there are things that we are comfortable doing and things we are not. For this, we have companions to cover our weaknesses. You fought a strong dude, good job. He praises gently. For some reason, Ileana is looking at this interaction strangely. Eidolon turns to everyone. I bet everyone wants to go home, but there are things to do before it. He looks at the alternative universe trio. Magic Aurora is sitting beside the unconscious forms of Kurt and Kitty. What's their problem? Eidolon asks while giving his own examination on the two. Kurt's mind has been affected after a long time by an enslaving spell and Cat has been transformed into a literal cat by Belasco's twisted sense of humor. Her mind also decreased to that of an animal. Magic Aurora says, solvable. He comments easily, solvable? Kitty asks, the word rolling weirdly on her tongue, is this a real word? She looks around, Jean nods at her, do you want my help? Margali Zardos intervene from the side. Eidolon looks at her, sorry, Belasco's sword was lost during the explosion. He lies easily. She stares at him for a while, narrowing her eyes. In the end she shrugs, nothing comes easy. But you don't keep your word and even throw towers at a dame's head. How do you make up for it? She asks with a small smile. What about everything inside the tower? Should be enough compensation. There's nothing of value inside the tower. She draws. Eidolon narrow his eyes at her, no one would believe that. He checked first too. You owe me one, my dear. She says to him. He snorts, not acknowledging any promise before crouching beside the two unconscious X-Men. There's a weird feeling in the air. Are they flirting? Kitty whispers to her fellow X-Men, please, don't. Kurt groans. Well, with all due respect. Your mama is a MILF, Kurt. Kitty teases in a low voice. Rogue, quickly. The Eidolon inside you feels something about Kurt's mama? Rogue rolls her eyes. She only blushes a little. And like Eidolon, ignore the question. Eidolon examines Kurt and Kitty a little. First, the easier one. He says after some time, extending his hand to Cat's stomach. His hand shone in a golden glow familiar to Ileana. He will use, rewind, to revert the effect of the spell. Normally, would be more complicated than that. Superpower and magic are a little hard to mix, even if some have the same effect. But Belasco's spell on Cat is more cosmetic, just a little above a prank. Something that you would see in Hogwarts. He tests the waters first. After some time he decides to go all out. In the end, magic resists. A single horn appears on the side of his forehead. The tip shines with the same golden glow of his hand. Even his eyes shine golden. A horn. Cool. Kitty says the golden light covers the unconscious cat. 2 minutes later Eidolon retracts his hand and stands up. On the ground, now a human lies asleep. She is very similar to Kitty, the only difference being her age and her hair that is longer. So that's the limits of my breasts? Kitty comments sadly, looking at the modest chest of her counterpart, and these clothes are too revealing. She says looking at the bare legs. For some reason, she feels embarrassed. Some seconds later, Cat Eyes starts to flutter and she groans on the ground. Holding her head she sits. I had the weirdest of dreams. I was a cat and a hot guy healed me. She comments before being pulled in a hug by Aurora, and Ileana joins them afterward. Eidolon turns to unconscious Kurt. His problem is much harder to solve. His mind has been subjected to conditioning, brainwashing, suppression, and all sort of other things. Normally, he would ask for the help of someone with a better understanding of the mystic arts. But he has something useful to this. He takes the lasso the truth out. Making Kurt sit down, he wraps the blue meta on it. The lasso of truth. It is much more than a rope that can force people to tell the truth. Made by the gods of Olympus in the DC universe, and there they are, big shots. The lasso has so many abilities that even Hector was surprised when he received it, confirming his theories of the loophole with items. But the ability that matters right can be read in the card like that. It can force those entrapped by it to face their own falsehood. Individuals who have been altered in a metaphysical manner are forced to undergo a biophysical reset when ensnared by the lasso, making the modified revert back to their base self. This can relieve an individual from the effects of toxins or poisons, as well as cease the effects of mind control. Taken from the wiki with slight alterations, Eidolon holds the lasso enveloping Kurt. He willed it to show its power. The lasso shine and Eidolon close his eyes. He can feel and see the lasso powers on Kurt from his mind's eye. The light of the lasso shining in Kurt's twisted mind, restoring it. Kurt trashes and screams in pain. The process is painful. Everyone looks uncomfortable watching the scene. Margali, Scott and Aurora gave some steps forward to stop it. But Seiko steps in front of them and stares at them in a warning. Have some faith in him. Did he even fail till now? She says, admonishing, her hand in the pommel of her katana. Thankfully, Kurt's pains come and go fast. Like putting a dislocated bone in the right place. Eidolon retrieves the lasso, letting Kurt fall on the ground panting. Without a word, he steps back. Where I am. The ex-savage Kurt says, rubbing his forehead. Kurt! The older kitty hugs the blue meta strongly. Jean looks at Eidolon. Do you have a solution to everything? She can't help but ask. He turns to her. This, he says, and she rolls her eyes. But he continues, it is what I would like to say. But no. Even if everything in the multiverse has an opposite. I don't have all answers. He looks ahead again. To the wholesome reunion of another trio. He chuckles, I'm simply an overthinker. Someone that likes to be prepared. I do my best and hope for the best, he sighs, for now it's working. While Aurora, Kitty and Kurt's counterparts talk a little about the situation. Mostly Aurora explaining everything. And the younger Kitty barging, asking the older Kitty if she was married or something like that. The other half of Eidolon appears with a sonic boom. Dropping from the sky, he didn't even acknowledge anyone before using biofusion to turn one again. Eidolon stretches a little, glad to feel himself again at 100%. No signs of Belasco. He says like is something that his other half was investigating. He turns to the magic Aurora and the others. Time to help you guys go back. But how? Kurt asks, you will use your sword again? Jean guesses. Eidolon shakes his head, better to not open rifts between dimensions that thoughtless. I have another way. I just need you guys to take me where you first appeared here. He says, I'm not even gonna say anything more. Jean shakes her head in amusement, making Eidolon laugh. Can't they come with us? Kitty asks hopefully. She wants to get to know herself better. Remember about the time dilatation? Eidolon says, better not overcomplicate things. And I bet they want to go back earlier than later. Kitty nods, goodbye other me. She says dramatically. Her counterpart does the same. Two kitties are too much anyway. Rogue says sarcastically. The two kitties glare at her at the same time and show her their middle finger. After this, Aurora and the other two thank the rest of the people for the help and say one last goodbye to Ileana. They stayed with her more than their counterparts in the Ileana universe. Even more than her own brother Mikhail. They are family to her. The multiverse is too big. Without a specific power or device, will be hard to meet again. It's here. Idolin asks after he and the alternative trio arrive close to a chain of mountains around Belasco's former city. We appeared around here. Aurora answers. Jean and the rest are heading to the place where they enter limbo in the meanwhile. Idolin activates the all-seeing eyes of God and look around. He looks at everything. There are only small signs of a portal here. Some sort of summoning ritual. Probably what Belasco used to kidnap them. He moves a little, choosing a place calmly. He finally stops, staring at an empty clearing. He moves the earth to make a triangular tunnel and walks inside his creation. There, he activates his stand, D4C. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap allows the user to travel the multiverse, at least to the parallel Earths. Hector's vision changes. He is presented with a kaleidoscope of options for him to choose. Lights dance in a dark background. These are worlds. He analyzes each one of them. All of them are different in some way. Some in minor things, some in big things. In truth, it is possible to check if someone is an outsider in a universe. There's a different aura around them. Hector checked before when comparing Kitty and Kurt with their counterparts. He finally found what he is looking for. A world that has the same signature as the trio. Similar to his own, but at the same time, a little more mysterious. Like the laws of magic are as much present as the laws of science. Maybe even more. Come here, you three. He called them without losing sight of the world. First of all, I will not accompany you guys. I'm afraid a second in your world could be months here and I would let my group here alone. He starts, so I would push you guys back. I think that I took the right world, but if I'm wrong, I will not be able to help you guys anymore. So, you trust me? Ready to risk? He asks, better this than continue here on this place. Kitty says, we can figure out something if we not ended up in our home universe. Kurt adds, your help will be much appreciated, Idolin. Roro says, very well. Close your eyes. He commands and they obey. Then, without going together, he pushes them between the gate and watches they fall into the other universe. He continues to watch even after some time. Master? Cortana says softly, your vitals. She starts unsure. She felt Hector, unrest for some reason. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. It's nothing, Cortana. Don't fret over it. He says, turning back to fly again. It's just me rejecting the Rick Sanchez path. Back to Idolin Universe, X-Men Mansion. The group starts reappearing in the hall of the mansion after Idolin reopens the spatial fissure. We are back. Mission accomplished. Kitty shouts, striking a pose from the side. Margali and Jermaine say their goodbyes to Kurt, promising that we'll keep in touch. They don't want to linger around for long. After a last hug, the mother and daughter duo teleports away. Idolin looks around and is surprised to not see anyone. We are in limbo for 8 hours. He goes and contacts his people that are on guard outside. Shago? How long we've been in limbo? He asks using technopathy. Obviously, he let people watch over the mansion. Hello to you too. Shago's voice is heard. Some minutes. But time is different there. Jespakis. And makes no sense. He answers, you can go back now, take Makio with you. He gave the orders, isn't the time dilatation constant? His musings are interrupted by Aurora appearing. Back already? Did something happen? She asks, checking on them. Then her eyes stop on the 12-year-old Ileana. Ms. Aurora. Kitty throws herself in the older woman's arms. You wouldn't believe it. We found another you. She can use magic. And Kitty starts to lay out everything that happened in a confusing and too fast to understand way. Why didn't you take a breath and tell us what happened more calmly? Aurora says with an amused smile. At this time, Xavier and the rest appeared too. I'm glad that all of you came back safely. The professor says to them. Damn, I'm hungry. Kitty comments while everyone was talking with each other. Maybe I can cook something for you guys? Idolin says with a pensive expression, as a reward. What? You can cook? Kitty turns fast, a little. More than a little. Siko chuckles. Eidolon, there's something I need to do. Can I go back first? She asks him in a low voice. He looks at her for a second. Okay. And he opens a portal to her, deciding to not comment on what she will do. I don't believe you can cook. Jubilee says from Kitty's side, this is destroying the image I had of you in my mind. She jokes, he chuckles, wait till I put on an apron. He comments before asking for permission to use the kitchen. Yeah, at the end of a mission, there's a banquet. It's the law. Kitty nods, don't bring your anime's things to real life, Kitty. It's like happiness that you can eat. Kitty says between tears while eating Eidolon food. That's really good, Eidolon. You will make a good husband. Aurora jokes while eating elegantly. Is this a proposal? He flirts back and she laughs. Wait, I call dibs. Kitty jokes Eidolon can only shake his head. He didn't have a passion for cooking, but he is enjoying having people like his food. Maybe this is the beginning of a hobby. After some time, everyone finishes eating. I'm gonna die. That's it. I accept my fate. I'm going happy. Jubilee groans while caressing her stomach. You stuffed me. Kitty comments, phrasing. Eidolon warns with a sigh. Mikhail, you can stay as much as you want. Let's go, Shadow. He turns to his people. Shadow also like his food. He takes some to give to Siko too. There's chocolate chips cookies baking. Take them out in 5 minutes. He says to them, these are my favorites. Jean comments, oh, glad I did them, there are ingredients around. He says, but in truth he knows that is her favorite. I don't know who are Margali and Jermaine, but I remember reading about the X-Men's favorite food on a geek site. Priorities passed me, priorities. He thinks with a shake of his head. I like to do them sometimes. Jean explained the ingredients. After some more small talk. Well, I'm going now. I will come back, maybe tomorrow, maybe after tomorrow, to check on Ileana. He notifies before teleporting away. Eidolon POV, Kama, oh, good job there. The Ancient One says to me after I came here to return the books and ask some questions. I have some things to ask. I start, go on. He says easily about Ileana's condition. She will have problems in the future. I ask, maybe, maybe not. Only depends on her. He answers. I stare at the sky. Why did old people like to act cryptic? And he looks so amused. Forget about it. I sigh. Can I come to research on my own in the library here then? I ask. This is important. Oh, wants to become a disciple? You're more than welcome. We can start by shaving your head. He says with a smile. He obviously messing up with me. Not a disciple. There are some rules about simply coming here to read. I ignore his other words. He chuckles and caresses his huge goatee. Obviously, if you do not take part in our teachings, you can't go to some places, take some artifacts, or read some books. But everyone can come and learn by himself. He says like an outer disciple then. At least, there are no responsibilities. It is all I want. Self-study. No problem, I will talk with Master Wong about it. You can come at any time. He allows it easily. This is a big step. Now that this door is already open and I contacted the Ancient One, there's no reason for me to not take advantage of that. Time to learn magic. By the way, changing the subject. I start. I'm curious why the time dilatation in Limbo makes no sense. I ask, oh, a common doubt. How do you imagine the multiverse? He asks me back. Like an infinity number of 4D geometric objects overlapping each other. I say, from different angles can show infinite forms. I answer, oh. He looks at me interested. It appears that you know a little. The infinite dimensions are constantly moving inside the big multiverse. Like grains of sand inside a container that moves erratically. Sometimes spinning, sometimes shaking. He starts. I said before that Limbo was in the center of the Splinter Realms, also known as the Archipelago of Anguish and Redemption. The archipelago is connected with multiple universes like ours, but is not like their static neighbors. Watch this. He waves his hand and 3 illusory spheres appear in the air. 2 look like the planet Earth and another one is red. Let's simplify things a little too much. The spheres move around each other. They move erratically, going up and down, doing circles. There's no pattern there. Sometimes the red one, which could only be Limbo, is close to one Earth. In another is close to another Earth. When they are close to one another, the 2 spheres move slowly, almost at the same speed. Depending on the position relative to our reality, the time dilatation varies. I guess, exactly. He smiles. Is the same principle with black holes and gravity? I ask. This looks like some mystic interstellar and JoJo science. If you want the simplified version, gravity is one of the fundamentals force in the universe. But in the multiverse, it is more complicated than that. I look at the 3 planets moving in silence. Don't stare too much. And don't try to make sense of the pattern either. Our math can't calculate the moves of realities yet. If you are good, you can feel it. He says with a mysterious smile. Well, we are really only scratching the surface of science. Maybe all of our math is wrong. Constant? It is not a constant anymore. What type of equations can you use to calculate the multiverse movement? Rick Sanchez is really a monster, huh? And Reed too. Multiversal travel with science is a great feat, even if I think that half of the portals that Reed opens are him beating rock together and hoping for a spark. Now, Rick's portal gun is more impressive. Much more impressive. Ileana is unlucky, huh? I comment with a sigh. Maybe, maybe not. He says with the same cryptic answer. I can understand that maybe is a good thing for Ileana to grow fast, but I'm having my own spell used against me. I will trademark cryptic answers. He continues to look at me amused. Can I slap your head? I ask seriously. You can try. But can you bear the consequences? His smile didn't leave his face. Well, not a priority. One day. After saying goodbye with a promise of coming back tomorrow, I make a tactical retreat. Yes, I'm testing if he can take a joke. It's good to know the personality of multiversal powerhouses. Third-person POV. After Eidolon leaves the Kamar, the Ancient One is all alone and smile. A smile full of deep meanings. I don't think you have the time left to try to slap my head. He chuckles lightly. He then sends a telepathic message to Wong. If Eidolon comes, just let him enter whatever he wants. Is that wise? Wong asks, unsure in the telepathic link. Maybe, maybe not. Earth 8280. Apparently there's this super strong guy in the other universe. Like the god of mutants. With hundreds of powers. The kitty of this dimension says to her fellow X-Men. The ones that are still alive in this reality. There are many faces here that only a comic reader would recognize. Everyone is happy that they come back. To the people of this reality, only 3 weeks have passed. HMPF. Every time someone declares himself God or Savior or mutants, it never ends well. Hank McCoy says, he didn't declare himself anything. I'm just saying. Kitty explains, we don't have anyone like that here, right? No Omega level with this much power was ever registered by the Cerebro. The professor says, what about his true name? Scott asks, he never revealed. He is like Spider-Man in secrecy. Kitty adds they talked about their experiences there. Not happy ones, so they decide to focus on the rescue and their counterparts. After some time, Xavier interrupts the talk. Everyone, I think they deserve to rest now. We can continue our talk tomorrow. Everyone disperses after that. Aurora and Kitty walk together to their rooms. It is good to be back. Kitty says while stretching, yes, it is. If one day I meet that Eidolon guy again, I need to repay him. Maybe fighting an extra-dimensional threat together. She says, maybe in bed. He is hot. Oro doesn't even comment, too accustomed with Kitty's antics. And it's good to hear her again. I wish I had asked his name. To search his counterpart here. Kitty adds with a finger on her lips. To what? Would not be the same. Who knows? Maybe he is a normal guy, his mutations waiting to appear, she says. Maybe he already appeared and he is not the same. I think we would notice if someone like him appeared. Maybe he is a little different. Kitty says, you know whom I remembered seeing him? The warlock. Aurora looks at her, pausing. There are no similarities between Eidolon and the Dark Warlock. Wait, is it simply because of the black mantle? Aurora laughs a little. Not at all. It is the vibe. Didn't you think so? You only met Eidolon and the warlock one time each. What do you know about their vibes? They're chill. Talk in a similar calm way, even when what they're talking about are absurd things. Like killing us. Or open portal to new other realities. Kitty says with a frown, the warlock is a villain. A magic villain. He is not a mutant, the ages didn't match too. Oh, how do you know? The warlock identity never went public. I was friends with the Fantastic Four, remember? I fought the last battle against him with the Avengers. Aurora says, remembering that time, Strange told me that the warlock is young, like your age. Strange knows him? Yes, it appears that they are disciples together. Even if the warlock was much younger, it appears he was equally talented. Almost became the sorcerer supreme. Kitty's eyes widen. Really? And he becomes a villain. Aurora shrugs. It is impossible to see someone's heart. But I remember Strange commenting that he failed in the last test. Aurora's eyes look distant. What test? He couldn't let go. Aurora answers, while Strange let go of his obsession in fixing his hands. The warlock couldn't abandon his own obsession. The warlock obsession? Kitty says slowly, what is that guy wanted so much again? Resuscitate someone. Aurora says, shocking Kitty. Wait. Kitty stops. Is this why he attacked us that time targeting Jean? Aurora nods. He tried to enslave the Phoenix Force. Kitty's mouth is agape. Crazy motherfucker. He would never succeed. To this Aurora stops. He invaded hell and enslaved Mephisto. She says, making Kitty's mouth fall. Apparently, something happened with the soul of the one that he wants to bring back. After that, he went even crazier. Aurora looks at Kitty. Our last fight? With the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, Nova Force, Fantastic Four, many others, and even some villains. Do you know what we're stopping him from doing? Aurora asks. There's no problem revealing this now. I'm afraid to ask. He was stealing power from eternity. Kitty almost faints. Aurora continues, something about reaching the center of the universe. Kitty whistle. You met him before he invaded hell. Aurora says, what happened in hell changed him. He killed Doom, Stark, Thanos, Adam, Selene, Namor, Chala, Steve Rogers, Magneto, Wanda, and many others. Aurora then declares, he is not like Eidolon. He didn't look that bad when he attacked us. Didn't even hurt any of us too much. He looked a little lonely. This was before he went to hell. Aurora remembers, but Kitty's words bring back a memory on the day she fought against the warlock after Chala's death. Her, Susan Storm, and the new Black Panther Shuri are in Wakanda to check on Susan's pregnancy when he attacked. It's not even a fight. Even when Bast possessed Shuri, the warlock simply ripped the goddess of Shuri's body. Apparently, he wanted the powers of necromancy. She remembers very well the moment when he could have delivered the finishing blow in them. She was shielding Susan and Shuri on the ground. Beneath his black hood was possible to see his yellow demonic eyes staring at them with indifference. His face is covered with bandages, the consequences of his dwelling in dangerous magic. The warlock is dangerous because he can go that far. Right there, when Aurora thought that the three of them would die, his gaze fell on Susan and he stopped. For a moment, She can swear that his eyes became a normal blue before he turns around. You should quit this hero bullshit. He said in a raspy voice, you're pregnant. And there are no happy endings. He says before teleporting away. Even he couldn't hurt a pregnant woman, is what Aurora thought. Ironically, months later Susan had a miscarriage. Completely unrelated to the warlock. She separated from Reed and the Fantastic Four broke off after this. What happened with him? Kitty asks, who killed him? To this, Aurora doesn't answer. No one that was present on that fight felt comfortable talking about what happened that day. 2 days later, still on Earth, 8280 reality shifts and a woman appears close to the X-Mansion. She stops exactly where Aurora and the others reappeared. She examines her surroundings with her green eyes. They glow yellow with a demonic power after a while. This could be useful, she says before extending her hand to put something in the empty space. Anyone would recognize this woman's face. Red hair and green eyes. It's Jean's face, but she is so scantily clad that someone would not believe that is truly Jean Grey. Her smirks is something strange in that face too. They said something about little and I think Madeline Pryor smirks before disappearing. In limbo, Belasco walks slowly into one of his many hideouts. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he tries to feel his lost arm. It's useless. He can't grow it back. Damn you all. He says in a slow voice, years of effort wasted like that. But is okay. He tells himself. He has another card. His daughter already reincarnated back in his universe. She will deal with his enemies. No author note because it reached the limit of characters. Till next time. End of another volume. You're a sorcerer, Hector. And slice of life 2 disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. When you're in high school you should be doing things about which you could never tell your parents. Isshin Kurosaki, Bleach. Recap. After defeating Belasco and his subordinates, Eidolon helped the alternative versions of the X-Men return to their home universe. Ending everything they need to do in limbo and returning safe and sound with Ileana. There's an important note at the end of this chapter, please read. Enjoy. In an apartment in New York, night, say that again. A dark shadowy form addresses Johann Liebert. This shadow is obviously a projection of Hector that came here to receive a report about the Kingpin. Right now he looks a little baffled, even in his featureless face. Vanessa convinced Fisk to put me in the position of the late James Wesley in helping him, being his proxy to many of his contacts. Johann relates again with a small smile. Hector's projection remains a little speechless. A woman can really be the downfall of a man. He mutters more to himself. But Johann still comments, she already trusts me. My not so clean past help too. I know many languages. She thinks I'm very qualified for the job, and she wants to help her man by relieving some burden. He accepted with a little reluctance. When you prepare enough, sometimes things just fall in place, huh? Hector thinks to himself again. Johann's little criminal background not only made he approach Vanessa more easily, but people tend to feel comfortable when they know someone big secret, but also helped Kingpin think that he has some dirt on Johann, letting the man to his own devices, and now made Johann the first candidate to occupy Wesley's spot. Now I need to ask for one thing, sir. Johann says. Hector looks at him. You mean holding back a little and pressing him, so that you look like you're doing a good job? He says while staring at Johann intensely, but also will be good to give a slimmer of hope to him, before crushing everything he holds dear. Johann stares back with an amicable smile. The stare down continues for a few seconds. Very well. I will tell Owen. You have till next week. Make his loyal subordinates your loyal subordinates. His contacts, your contacts. I want a change of power completely seamless. When I finally catch him, I will let you pry on his mind one last time. If you want to steal his identity as the Kingpin, I will give you the power to shapeshift. But my almost infinite patience is already running out. This month will not end with him breathing. Hector says with finality, "We'll be done." Johann nods. The shadowy projection slowly begins to fade. I did everything possible to make sure my revenge will affect innocent lives the minimum possible. My conscience is clear. I'm happy that he is passing through hard times right now. But it's an empty feeling. Quickly fading. After he disappears, is still possible to hear his voice. Now, the only thing missing, it is discovering how I will feel when I have my hand around his neck. Hector POV, unknown location on Earth, on top of a mountain a day later. I exhale deeply after exerting my new Omega-level power in the world. Stealthily, of course. This power is a little flamboyant, maybe. Storm's atmokinesis is full of fanfare, to say the least. Yes, obviously I copied their power when I tied the alternative version of Aurora Monroe. That's me. When I do bad things, most of the time is full of good reasons, and when I do good things I find a way to profit. Initially, I wanted Iceman cryokinesis. Because of this, I put him on the group while organizing who would go in the mission. The pity that Scott is Scott. I retract my control over the weather of the world and open my eyes. Yep, really strong. I already had the power to control the weather from the Villain 9, but this is another level. The whole world is at my mercy. I remember in the comics, after Civil War and at the beginning of New Asgard arc, that Stark went to try to make the recently resurrected Thor comply with the Super Registration Act and obey the government. Had it not went well for Iron Man hee. Anyway, after beating Stark like a 2-year-old kid, Thor threatened to show what a god really is and put the world under his power. The god of thunder showed his domain and images of floods, heavy rains, hurricanes, and huge lightning bolts appeared around the world. I can do that now too. Make the world hostage of this power. Man, this would mess with transport and communications. It's not an exaggeration to say that Storm can make humanity recede to the medieval age. Well, nothing like Iceman that can literally make the world go back to the Ice Age. Literally. Storm's power has some limitations. Like can only be used in places with, atmosphere. I don't know how this power would interact in a place that is too much alien. Tests are needed. But I watched the magic Aurora producing, from her own hands, weather-related powers like lightning bolts and wind. So she can do more than control. She can also produce on her own. Well, she is an Omega level, even if one of the weakest, so she needs to live up for the title. Her connection with Gaia can level the game too. But I still prefer Iceman. The guy froze hell. Well, there are substitutes from where I can acquire similar powers. Like Elsa from Frozen. It's like Iceman, but magical and weaker. I ask myself the difference in using two powers that are the same but with different origins. Well, I will discover when I deepen my magic studies. Talking about magical things, I also copied Ileana and Kurt's powers. Ileana's power is similar to Mikhail's. She can't do everything her elder brother can do, like control that energy. Her power allows her to open spatial discs that teleport her. She uses it very well. You almost can't see the disc when she teleports. The portal opens just enough for her to OG in and closes without leaving a gap. She is good with her power. Very seamless teleportation. But for some reason, her power is connected with the limbo. So the discs open only to the limbo dimension, and she can use that dimension as a stopover to teleport to other place here on Earth. To illustrate that, I raise my hand and a blue portal appears. On the other end is possible to see the red sky of the limbo. Now, is unknown if her power is connected with the limbo from the beginning or if this is some sort of limitation because of the circumstances. Maybe is psychological. For now, I can't connect with any other universe. Not that I know any other dimension. Coincidentally, Kurt's power works a little similarly. But he doesn't make portals, he just blinks in a different dimension. Using it as a medium, I close the portal disk to the limbo and go check on Kurt's teleportation. First I take a deep breath and then I bring my concentration to the maximum, the world slows down to me, and the clouds in the sky seem to stop. With my eyes wide and looking at an empty spot ahead of me, in the microsecond that takes to use this blink teleportation, I found myself in another dimension. This one looks even more like hell than Limbo. With rivers of lava, spiky red rocks, and other generic hellish things. From afar I can see volcanoes and strange creatures. I'm floating in the air for this fraction of a second, bamf, and then I'm back to Earth. My super sense smelled the sulfur that is lingering in my body. Is that truly hell? The place where Mephisto lives? I know that Kurt's father is, probably, Azazel. Did Azazel has his own pocket dimension to use, or he is sharing with others' demons? I remember that Satan is more of a title in Marvel. All princes of hell call themselves that, or at least we call them like that in our history. Mephisto is the more active of these guys that mess with the humans. Apparently, there's a Lucifer in Marvel, but he is nothing like his DC counterpart. Weaker than Mephisto, apparently. Because Mephisto empowered himself with many human souls and has a bigger potion of hell. I will seal Kurt's power for now. But I will create a note to research it. Could it be a good way of entering and escaping hell at will? Wouldn't that make me even more immortal? There are many types of immortality after all. Like the main man Lobo? If I die and go to hell, I can escape. I have many ways of using teleport, but it's good to have options. We never know when someone can try to seal me. If they use some method like magic, I can escape with technology or meta powers. While talking about magic, now that I tested the new editions of my collections, let's go to learn magic. For some reason, my invitation to Hogwarts never arrived when I was 11. Time to remedy that. Kamar, library some hours later. I think this is the library that I saw in my visions. Is it? I'm not sure. Now I don't know if it really is or is just a sense of déjà vu whatever. I'm reading the basics of mystic arts, trying to ignore my stalker. So, Master Wong, right? I'm not a master yet. The monk answers with a deadpan face. Really? I can swear the Ancient One called you master. I comment while taking some other books. He is only being kind. But you're not a simple apprentice either, right? Being the librarian here. The keeper of the books is indeed a respectable position. He answers a little more proudly now. If you're worried that I would damage some of them, I can assure you that I'm not that clumsy or ill-intentioned. I address the crux of the question, finally turning to him. I give him a look before going to sit at a table with the books that I choose from the kids section, and the ones more interesting too. There's also a section of the library with books in strange languages. No one goes there apparently. The languages are long lost or forbidden to learn. But me? I'm a cheater character. I will go there when Budget Kulilin leaves. Wong looks nothing like the actor. He is much younger, thinner, and with his head completely clean of any hair beyond his eyebrows. I'm gonna slap that head. He continues to stare at me like I will put fire on the books. But I'm good at ignoring people, and I can save the contents of the book by recording my vision and scanning them. But reading with a book in hands is much better. Now about magic, or sorcery, or mystical arts, or arcane, or whatever you want to call it. First, humans can do magic. It's not an inherent trait of our species, but we can do it. Using a metaphor is like singing. Everyone can do it, some better than others. And obviously with the exceptions of people without a voice. There are people that can't do magic in any way, but this is not the normal. Squibs. Chimpf. My Slytherin heart despises them. Jokes aside, all of this makes Marvel different from DC. There's no homo magi here. But there are people naturally gifted, with bloodlines that help them. Probably because their ancestors meddle with their lineage, though some mean. Maybe consorting with demons, stealing power from another dimension, or whatever. The Zardos and Kurt's stepfamily are like that. And I believe that Wanda too, by her mother's part. I don't know, it is Magneto her father here? I think that was retconned. Anyway, people are not equal, no surprise there. The thing is, we humans don't normally have a fuel to use even the basic spells. Again, there are exceptions. This way, becoming a master is an arduous path that sometimes is not worth if your talent is ordinary. Let's see what is my talent without a magic user character card. I speedrun read the introductory books. Apparently, there are 4 sources of magic power. In other words, the energy that you need to empower your spells. First is the personal energies. A gamer would call it mana, but is literally every type of energy that we have. The psionics, vitality. Yes, vitality. Strange, huh? Normally you empower a spell with your mental and spiritual powers, but if these lack, you can use your vitality. It is like using your HP or SP if you don't have mana. So magic really comes from the soul. I mutter to myself while reading. Wong looks at me in silence. Maybe I need to really start dissecting souls to research the subject. But it looks like a dick move even to the very bad criminals. I believe death is enough payment for their bad deeds. Because of that, I don't torture anyone too much. I need to find literally the scum of earth to feel comfortable about researching someone's soul. There's only so much the all-seeing eyes can help with it. Oh, if your spiritual power is lacking, it's possible to use sacrifices to empower magic spells. This is starting to touch the area of the second source. The ambient. Good sorcerers can tap into the energy of the world to empower their spells. I think I've seen something similar in Isekai mangas. Borrowing the mana in the air or something like that. Most of the magic users go with that. Because again, we humans normally have small reserves of magical power. Well, small when compared with the other magic-oriented species like demons, Aesir, and others. We can't compete with them. The third source is shown in the Doctor Strange movie, extra-dimensional energy. The magic user can tap or siphon the energies of other dimensions. This is a little risky, but the gains could be great. It's not for me, obviously. Other people could have no other way except to make contracts with higher beings, but I will not have a patron or something like that. As a side note, it's possible to steal the energies without having to go through the Dimension Masters, but this is even more dangerous. I think this is what the Ancient One of the MCU did. Well, taking the power of these high entities without their allowing is very badass. There's a book here of some sorcerers that tricked some of these guys, receiving many benefits without giving anything. Damn, imagine someone conning Dormammu as Strange did? A normal person doing that is very ballsy. The last source is boring. Items obviously can help sorcerers. As much a helping with specific spells or a container of magical power. That wand that Margali Zardos used is like that, but she is already very gifted, so is more than a boost than an aid. The Eye of Agamotto must be the most famous of these items. And I have one of these in my inventory too. The Warlock's Eye is still in my possession. I found a book about it. Very useful to use mind spells, but not my cup of tea. Will continue to gather dust with me. My path is using my personal energy. When my knowledge deepens, maybe I can use the energies of the world or use items. Let's see if I can do this. I change my focus to a book with defensive basic spells. I have seen the apprentices doing this one earlier. Letting the book open on the table, I raised my 2 hands. I joined the 2 in opposite directions, rotating, moving the magic energy that I learned far back with the chakra books gained in my first gacha. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. I stop and correct myself. Let's see if it is like this. I separate my hands, extending my right one forward. A gray construct that appears to be a magic circle appears on it. Oh, that was easy. I comment. Greyha? Is this the color of my mana? Well, I have that perk that can change the visual effect of my powers anyway. Gray must be a reflection of my morality. I side glance at Wong's reaction. His face doesn't change much, but he squinted his eyes a little. I can feel some emotions for him, and thanks to that I know that what I did is somewhat impressive. So I have a talent for this. Who would have guessed? But moving my magic energy, it's not that complicated. I read that is the hardest part. How good someone is with the control and manifestation of their inner energies is a deciding factor to say if they're talented. I think I'm cheating. I am already accustomed to using many inner energies. And I don't feel tired at all. I have a lot of mental strength. Is this mana? Is all mana in the many work of fiction the same? So many things to test. Let's learn the basic of everything. When you said that you want to read our books, I didn't think that you would read all of them on the first day. The amused voice of the Ancient One says from my side. I remember the place of all books. I will put them in their place later. I comment on the pile of books on the table. I'm here for half a day. Wong finally left. Apparently, he has duties. It's not about that I'm worried. Don't try to hug the world, Idolin. He advises, oh, is this guy really worried about me? Relax, I will not try anything that goes into the dark path. I assure him. Would be dumb of me to do it anyway. No need to take risks for power when I receive upgrades monthly. But talking about these things, let me ask you a question. Go on. There are many spells that are born from high entities, extra-dimensional beings, and others. Is possible to use them without the need of selling my soul? I ask with a joking tone. He chuckles. Yes, it's possible. There are many paths in magic. All of them have risks in some ways. Making deals with these beings is dangerous in their way, but the other methods are not less arduous. He explained. Then he gave a look at the book on my hand. The Octessence? Huh? They're the source of power of many popular spells. He comments, yep, the Octessence. Like the name say, it's a group of 8 extra-dimensional entities that are in a perpetual rivalry with each other. I heard some of their names in my former life, but only now I'm discovering it. The members are Balthak, Farala, Icon, Kraken, Ragador, Volter, Wadam, and Sidorak. Each of them governs an aspect. Sidorak is destruction, but there are things like wind or objects. There's no theme with them. I read that some of these entities like Watam are once mortal sorcerers. He ended up claiming a part of the Splinter Realms and ascended. These 8 guys are like kids competing to see who is better, but they don't go throw hands with each other in the mortal world. They use proxies like their avatars. The Juggernaut is an example of this. There are many spells that come from them, like the famous Crimson Bands of Sidorak and the less-known Bolts of Balthak, Chains of Kraken, and Winds of Watam. My doubt is that if it's really necessary to consort with these guys just to use the spells. Looks like a bad deal for me. The Ancient One continues to explain, while it's easy to go and make deals with the Octessence, even easier when compared with other entities, many sorcerers prefer to steal their power. Steal? Sounds risky. Not much. Would you care if someone stole a blade of grass from your yard? There are risks. You can't be too blatant or greedy, of course, but it's not a suicide mission. The problem is that you need to do it constantly. He makes a cup of water appears. You steal the energy of their dimension, and every time you use the spell you spend this energy. He says while emptying the cup little by little, to continue to use the spell you need to continue to go there and take more. I see. If you make the deal you have unlimited energy. Looks broken. Only as much the entity allows you to tap. And the quantity is equivalent to how much you give back in some way. Yes. Law of equivalent exchange. He nods. Some simply ask to complete some tasks, some ask for sacrifices, and others are happy with a little of respect and worship. He then continues, but if you're really good, you don't need to depend on the entity to use the spells. And not even needs to risk going to steal their energies constantly. He says, grabbing my attention, how? You need to have a deep understanding of the spell and the energy of origin. Then, you can transform your own inner energy into equivalent and similar energy that can empower the spell, allowing you to use the spell without depending on anyone. He says, but would still be needed to take some risks to study the extra-dimensional energy. I say. He smiles, all the paths have risks. He repeats what he said in the beginning. This path looks more like me. To a normal person, it looks like a Herculean effort to just use a spell. And you would spend your energy while the others have their separate extra-dimensional reserves. The disadvantages are obvious, but it is this type of path that a cheater like me can take. The spell would be a copy. I comment, that can be as good as the original if you're talented enough. He says, I once come face to face with Sidorak, held the crimson gem, and even went to his dimension and astral projection. I comment idly while caressing my chin with my fingers. Maybe I can do it. I look at the book explaining the spell. The way to move the energy, the hands' movements to facilitate the process. Even the chant cringe. It is easy for me to do the movements. I cheated watching the Crimson Cosmos, Sidorak Dimension, with the all-seeing eyes, and I'm an in-user. I'm at least ahead of a complete novice. On the second try, the first one just to get everything right, I succeed. In the last movement where I separate my hands, red bands connect my hands like a cat's cradle. It looks a little too much illusory, but I did it. As expected. I hear the Ancient One, expected? I ask. He looks at me for a moment, but he does not answer. Almost childish, he passes his hand through my spell, breaking the bands like spider's webs. Normal spider webs. Still weak. It should be something like this. He says before raising his hand. His palm facing the ceiling. From it, dozens of crimson bads appear, much more real than mine. They move to all sides. They appear to just go wild initially. But then I notice them grabbing the books on the tables and putting them in the right places perfectly. The bands move as if each one has a mind of its own. I look at this guy, no one like a show-off. But this was dope, so I will allow it this time. I say. He chuckles, and the last band brings a book to his hand. He looks at it and says, the Niaphim and Chiaraphim? Studying history too? Well, this one I can understand why you are interested. He comments that book talks about Kurt's father, Azazel, investigating for a friend. I say, the Niaphim was a group of demons led by Azazel. Do you know that they're mutants? Or how you call them? Metas. System. Now this is a surprise, aren't they demons? Not initially. Their meta power made them similar to demons. Then, they took the path to become one. What heck? A meta power that grants demon physiology shouldn't be the same as being a real demon. The meta would still be a human. He answers with a question on his own. If a meta has the power of an animal, how far did this influence him? Is he senses the same as the animal? Does he like the same things? Did he have the animal's instincts? This makes me think about the examples. Toad, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and others that I met with the Morlocks and in Mutant City. They really act a little animalistic. Do you know how the metas come to be? He asks an important question. I have my theories. The Celestials, but I let him talk on his own. He nods. You must know about the modifications in the genome back then, in the past. The deviants and other things, but I will not focus on this. He shakes his hand and continues. Imagine that the genome that makes you, the metagene. I say, yes, imagine how it is in the past. Much more simple than nowadays where there are powers that can connect a person with another dimension, right? Yeah, I think Scott's optic beams come from another dimension or something like that. And all of this is looking slightly similar to the BNHA/MHA world, where the powers become more complex with each generation. The crux of the question is, the metagene would awaken hidden or recessive heritages. He says and waits for me to connect the dots. So you mean that Azazel, as an example, would have an ancestor that bed some demon. After many generations, the demon blood was so thin that it was almost non-existent, till the metagene awakened this as a meta-power. I conclude. He nods. Okay, this is interesting. And makes sense. And the animals? I say, a little uncomfortable. There are all types of alien species out there, maybe. He shrugs. Okay, I prefer to believe that some Wolverine ancestor tapped some beast girl ass than a real feline tail. So, back to the NIFM. They are metas that accepted a little too much of their heritage. They started acting like demons, going deeper and deeper till there's no difference between them and the original. The Chiaraphim is the opposite. They are metas with angelic or holy features. The two groups are enemies for a long time. I see. And here I thought that Azazel was always a demon, but this explains why the meta power of Kurt is the demonic power of the father. So from the mother, he only took the blue color. This is an interesting subject. I think I will write a thesis about this. How the metage can awaken hidden/slumbering heritages in the human genome. I remember that the quirk, all for one, fused with my metagene when I upgraded it. But what if my slumbering metagene was of the Trump classification already? So this is why it fused with all for one and not other power. And other questions are raised. If an alien has a child with a meta, does the alien inherent power become a meta power? A child of a Skrull becomes like Mystique. Heck, maybe Mystique has Skrull blood in her family tree. An Asgardian with a meta. Can the meta power work with inherent magic? Is this what happened with Wanda? Did Ileana's long exposure affect her metagene? So much to research. One of my blind spots is that I can't copy/steal inherent powers. But if I take the long path with a little genetic engineering, I can manufacture a meta-clone of an alien species, with a power set that I can copy. Loopholes, people. Abuse them. The Ancient One let me to my thoughts for a while before interrupting. Now, a little moral question. Who do you think is right between the NIFM and Chiaraphim? He asks with a mischievous smile. I look at the guy. What is this? A classroom? I don't know. I answer truthfully. Oh, he smiles interested. If I need to guess? The right one should be the one formed last. I answer. Why this? First, this looks like one of that tricky questions, but I'm old enough to know that not everything that shines is gold. I wouldn't say that the Chiaraphim is good because they look like angels or whatever. I can grow wings too. And sincerely, these self-righteous people always got on my nerves. Imagine giving yourself a holy mission only because you shine in a golden light and has wings. A little arrogant, I would say. But if they create this group to stop whatever evil deed the NIFM committed, all good. I continue, but I know very well how humans can treat someone that is different. Imagine if you look like a demon. Should have been much worse thousands of years ago. If everyone treats me like a monster, I will act like one. I shrug my shoulders as I quote, in the end, I don't know the members, their motives, the backstory. Maybe the NIFM is a group of outcasts that want better lives. Maybe the Chiaraphim are truly good guys that want to use their power for good. Maybe the two are right, maybe the two are wrong. I explain and stop. Looks like I talk too much to say depends. But I don't see the world as black and white. The Ancient One looks at me for some time. His gaze makes me frown a little. I can't decipher this guy's feelings. He hides it too well. My powers can't pierce whatever defenses he had. Then he laughs a little. This is so like you. He shakes his head and sighs. Now I frown. Is he observing me for a long time? Maybe saw a future or an alternative version of me. Dude, stop acting all cryptic. I sigh at him, and metaphors are my things, by the way. He is stealing my character traits. For some reason, to my joke, he laughs out loud. Later, abusing of his goodwill, I speedrun a lot of questions. I ask for books to help Ileana and other things. Some important, others not. From how long you're the Sorcerer Supreme? 1,000 years. Didn't it get boring? You look has a lot of free time seeing that you're here with me. Ho, sometimes, and some of my responsibilities can last for years and my free time can last as long. But Sorcerer Supreme is a 24/7 job. Are you training a successor? But, want to candidate yourself? He asks jokingly, this would be interesting. He rubs his chin. Hell no. I show my disgust with the responsibilities, but what is the perks? None that you wouldn't have if you aren't the Sorcerer Supreme. The man makes the job. This job doesn't make the man. Cryptic again. Hey, do you have an Infinity Stone? I ask if like is a casual thing. Yes. Is the Time Stone? No. The Soul Stone. Do you want it? If you give to me, I would throw it in a parallel universe. In truth, I would use a travel ticket to take the stone to another multiverse and let it be there. There would be only a shiny rock and no more Infinity Gauntlet or Snap. You're not a greedy one, right? But you study with such fervor. Really contrasting actions. He looks at me. It looks like you're more complex than you show, Eidolon. The brimstone dimension of Azazel is part of hell? Sort of. A subsidiary backwater part of it. How many Sorcerer Supreme candidates are out there? More than one would expect. I can't tell you about them, would be not ethic. There are ethics in this line of job. You would know if you take our classes. There are some unwritten rules. How are you so hard to read with my powers? Is there some trick about it? We are always emitting thoughts and emotions all the time, no matter how small. It's hard to completely shut it off without cutting your humanity. Don't try to rush it. With time you will get better. He raises his hand and some books fly to it. There's some mental exercises here. And self-defense spells to hide things like your life force, thoughts, feelings, and others. He said, giving me the books, thank you. From how much you will keep the title? Less than necessary, more than I want. Cryptic again. Are you gonna keep living after that? Have a retirement plan, old man? Oh, maybe I can go back to farming. But no. When the duty ends, so does the man. He says with a calm smile, I thought that the man makes the job. Heh, I'm on this for so long that I'm not myself anymore. For a long time, I'm the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Yao is long forgotten. He says with a melancholic smile. I can understand this a little. I know that you can. He looks at me mischievous again. It's like he knows a joke that I don't. You're creeping me out. And he only laughs. Weirdo. After some time I leave Camargue sincerely. The Ancient One is a little weird. He is treating me too well. Is he that nice? Or he is grooming me to some big play. Maybe I'm the key to solving some future crisis and I need to sacrifice myself. Well, it is my pessimism talking. No use thinking too hard about it. I will just continue to keep an eye open and learn magic. I'm profiting anyway. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position and the Soul Stone. Well, the stone is safe with him. And yes, not the Time Stone. This changes things a little. Maybe I should go to space and check that planet with the Power Stone. And when Thor visits, try to hint to him to take me when the convergence happens, so that I can check if the Reality Stone is embroidered with the Pluto F High movie. The Reality Stone is the one that I'm most wary. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position. Strange can have it. Till he mess up big with his big-brained friends? I don't want to myself, but maybe I can put a summon on it. Someone like Raven? Yes, I'm obsessed. But I accept Zatanna, Dr. Fate, and Constantine. Heck, there are a bunch of magic users in anime that can fit the position. Fate is full of them. But I will not have thoughts while the Ancient One lives. Now, I will stop at the station for a little and go to the X-Men. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Eidolon, tell Ms. Aurora that I'm responsible. I will not use the chainsaw sword in anyone. Kitty whines at my side. We are sitting in the living room, some of the X-Men are here. By the way, I also copied her power. It's like Mirio's quirk, but hers is much easier to use, so is a good addition to not waste effort. She is responsible and she will not use the chainsaw sword on anyone. I deadpan to Storm. Apparently, she apprehended my gift for being too dangerous. Kitty, come on. Take it seriously. Kitty balances my shoulders, but my face remains impassive. I'm used to it. Sorry, Kitty. But she is your guardian. She has the right and responsibility to keep you safe. Trust in her judgment. I say, full of righteousness, use your power to take it back when you want. I whisper to her in a low voice after that. Her eyes widen and she nods at me conspiratorially. Our exchange didn't pass unnoticed by Aurora. I'm not trying to hide anyway, and she is staring sternly at us. Her hand crossed over her chest. A big chest, by the way. Gaia perk? What? I ask, acting confused. You shouldn't give something dangerous to them. She says with a small frown, Rex. They live with something dangerous every day. If they are responsible with their powers, they can have a chainsaw sword. I argue, this and that are two different things. She says, tapping her foot. Not really. Trust them a little more. I trust them, but they can make mistakes because of clumsiness. There's failsafe. It can't turn on by accident. At this, someone interrupts. You two look like a married couple arguing about their children. Ileana says with a weird look before plopping herself on the couch on my front. All of you as our children? Must be the reason for our white hair. I quip, making Aurora take her hand to her mouth to release a chuckle. I decide to change the subject and ask Ileana, how are you doing? She shrugs. Overall it is a little weird, but it is okay. I see. I visited an acquaintance that is well versed in magic and did a compilation of books that can be useful to you. I say, taking out some books that I wrote myself. This one here talks about soul weapons. This one, harmless demon magic. I explain. She holds them while I point, explaining the others. I thought that you probably are not used to using smartphones or tablets, so they are books. But I brought a smartphone to you too. I give her as a gift. Already has the number of your brother and one special to contact me. She looks at the smartphone for a while before finally nodding at me. Thank you. Her attitude is a little cold. Must be a rebellious phase. Well, that's all for today. Mikhail said that he is gonna visit more frequently now. We are having trouble with his documents. Russia, you know. I was saying before something caught my attention. I look at Rogue intently. W. She asks, a little nervous. I start to speed walk in circles around her like Kazuma with the sleeping Megumin in that movie. I'm messing with her a little because seeing her flustered is cute. But there's really an issue here. You have awakened Nen. I say, stopping in her front. Obviously, everyone looks at me confused. Well, surprise. But makes sense. Normally, I wouldn't like someone gaining a power of mine like that. But is one of many, and I consider Rogue almost one of mine already. And in the future, I plan to spread the teachings of Nen to humanity anyway. It's a good discipline to delve into, like yoga. Not like all Nen users are fighters. This could be an opportunity to. Nen. They ask, confused. Let me explain. I say before sitting down, Nen is a power system that uses life force. Like chi or chi. I call it aura. Everyone has life force, but using Nen you can harness it and empower yourself in many, many ways. To illustrate that, I make a hologram of a person and steam around it. So like those power from anime. Kitty asks, and the people around roll their eyes, unaware of how right she is. Exactly like an anime. I smile. From what I can tell, Rogue awakened her aura when she absorbed my own. My huge life force was like a flood opening her nodes. Now even when the effects of absorbing me wear off, she still will have her aura unlocked and ready to use. And what did this change to her? Uro asks, Achin. There are many advantages. There's only one disadvantage, really. It is that you can waste your aura, shrinking your lifespan. As you woke your aura forcibly, and right now you're still under the effects of absorbing myself and my experiences, there's the danger that after the effect of your power wears off, your life force will leak uncontrollably without my experience to help you. I explain and see some eyes widening. I continue to calm them. Relax. In truth, with a basic control, you can keep your aura from escaping and slowing down your aging. I say, oh, It is because of that that those Shaolin monks live like for 150 years. Kitty asks in sudden realization, yeah, you can say that. We are constantly losing life force. With a good control you can increase your efficiency. I indulge her thoughts. She is not that far off. Makes sense. Jean comments, that means that I will live for a long time? Rogue asks a little confused girl, you can be fucking scary now. You are a meta and nin user with the power to absorb people's life force/aura. You're the new Celine Galio. If she could keep the maximum aura, stolen, she could speedrun to Marum level in a day. But she doesn't have a huge reservoir. Any aura stolen will dissipate eventually. You could probably live for thousands of years. Rogue, you can absorb life force. You're immortal from the beginning. If you want. I say to her, shocking everyone, you're simply more efficient now with nin. Oh, you guys never thought about that, huh? I say looking around, no. Thousands of years. Everyone here would be dead. Rogue comments with a distant look. Typical of her, thinking already on the dark side of this whole ordeal. I go to gain some brownie points, relax. Apparently, I'm immortal too. Hef, I say, attracting her attention, Logan will live for a long time too, the thing from the Fantastic Four, Thor, Kurt? Even Colossus and Robert. We. Iceman asks in surprise, pointing to himself, you don't age in your ice form, if you stay like that eternally. If you want, obviously, I say, and this makes him think, even Colossus with his metal form, giving up our meat bodies, we could achieve a life expectancy as big as the material in question. I explain. I remember that there's a dystopic future where Emma Frost is immortal because she is always in her diamond form. My little speech shocked them again. I think they didn't think that far ahead. But is a reality. In 100 years, 90% of the heroes and other people of interest will be dead. I gave a small glance to Jean. She is a smart girl. She immediately noticed that I include her in the list of long-lived people. But I didn't say out loud for a reason. She still hasn't talked about the Phoenix with the rest of the X-Men. I can respect that. Stop thinking about so far ahead. One of my mottos is, if you suffer for anticipation, you're suffering more than necessary. Just live your life right now. I give some advice. I will be alive. In 100 of years too, if you feel bored, we can go on an adventure in another universe. There are infinite things to do after all. I offer with a playful smile. Heck, there are 2 trillion FO galaxies only in our universe. So much to see, visit? She gives me a half smile at my words, and blushes a little. Girl, your pale skin didn't help you in hiding your emotions. You need to improve your poker face. That puts things in perspective. Jean says with a sigh after that. I give a small explanation about Nen and promise that I will be back to teach Rogue. A good way to steal her from the X-Men. While I say my goodbyes, I ignore Kitty elbowing her goth friend in the ribs with a mischievous grin. Mary Jane POV Midtown High School. Ugh, I was never a morning person, but trying to regulate my sleeping schedule is destroying me. Why did I listen to Hector about this again? Annoying know-it-all guy. Oh, there he is. Normally, I can only talk with him before the class start and after. We sit far from each other in class and at lunch. I approach him to do my daily routine of annoying him. Etchem? Is he hurt? I accelerate my steps and arrive at his side while he puts some things in his locker. What happened? I go straight to the point. He moves his eyes to look at me and then takes his time to go through his locker and close it. This is an infuriating thing about him. He lets the silence stretch without a care. I mean, he is not like the other guys that are always talking, afraid of being forgotten. It's a nice change of pace, his confidence. But now is annoying me. Good morning to you too. When he finally makes a show of slowly closing the locker, he says to me with a sarcastic smile, "Good morning." I roll my eyes. Now, what happened? I ask again, looking at the wounds on his face. A broken lip, a cut on his eyebrow, and a yellow mark that can only be a contusion that was previously purple. These are fight wounds. Did someone hurt you? I ask, showing my worry. He chuckles. I fought a demon immortal sorcerer in hell. He makes a show of thinking, but he was weaker than I expected. This guy is good at lying. I slap his shoulder to make him be serious. Ouch, ow. He touches his shoulder where I hit and makes a pained expression, even crouching down a little. Sorry. Are you hurt there too? I ask, trying to, I don't know, caress his shoulder to relieve him from the pain in some way. But he suddenly stops and looks at me with a smirk. Completely fine. I'm touched by your worry about my well-being, one. He says cockily. I hold back the urge to smack him. Be serious. Seeing my non-joking tone, he relents. Relax, it was a small scuffle. Nothing serious. He says. I stare at him. This guy, acting all mysterious. Sigh, you probably will know what happened by the end of the day. A little out of character on my part. He adds and doesn't continue. I look again at his wounds. This was absolutely a fight. Is hurting? What? Wanna kiss it better? He smirks and points to his broken lip. Yes? You wish. I huff and turn away and walk to class, leaving him behind. The guy is handsome even with wounds on his face. It even gives him a dangerous sexy air. God has his favorites. I discovered what happened. During class, when I saw Flash entering the class with similar injuries, but worse, I thought that Hector and Flash ended up fighting. Well, I'm correct. In the wrong way. Flash fought with Hector, not against him. Hector saved Flash ass from 4 guys that jumped him yesterday after school. Apparently, the other party is from another school, the one that our football team will face in the next game. Really, people? School rivalry? Flash explained that is more common than I would think, especially if there are bets involved. Well, Flash is ours. But ambush someone because of a high school game. I can only roll my eyes at these people. So childish. But let's focus on the present. I can't stop sending Hector a smug grin. Well, I remember someone saying something about never sitting at the popular table. I say to Hector at my side, sitting at the popular table. His groan makes me laugh even more. His annoyed face is a work of art to me. Flash dragged him to the table before Hector can't even react. Acting like they are childhood friends, as if all the bad blood between them is gone. Then he swung his backpack at one face while kicking the other in the chest. Flash is telling the tale of the fight to the table exaggeratedly. Hector groans while nursing his food and listening to him. I make sure that he sees my amused face. Didn't you guys hate each other earlier? Sally Avril asks from her seat on the table. Everyone pauses and the mood gets strange. This chick? Always annoying. Get some tact, girl. This is in the past. Hector says calmly, his words disperse the heavy mood easily. Yeah, I already apologized to him. So is all good. Flash adds, hooking Hector's shoulder with his arm. So this is all it takes? Liz Allen asks with a raised eyebrow. Men friendship. Hector says with a shrug, and the guys on the table nodding agreement like this is obvious. The talks go on, and Hector surprisingly fits well. He can be sociable when he wants. Damn, Hector, I haven't noticed that you put some muscles. Liz comments, now at Hector's side. She took the opportunity when Flash stood up. Maybe you should go to an ophthalmologist. I can recommend one really good. Hector says seriously, this guy. I hold back a chuckle by biting my lip. The sarcasm probably flew over Liz's head, because Hector really has a good poker face. She laughs, thinking that he is joking with her. Stop it, silly. Silly? You always use loose clothes, that's why. She says, feeling his biceps. Now I'm frowning. She is touching him with such intimacy. Hector doesn't like that. My bad mood evaporates a little seeing Hector's face. The way she looks down at her hand touching him. His face screamed, bitch, can you not? I started a healthy lifestyle last year. He says and casually takes her hand off him, holding her watch with 2 fingers, like he is disgusted by it. Damn, compared to this, the way he annoys me is nice. I was taken off from watching Liz annoy Hector, in Not a Good Way, by Harry Osborn. He is at my other side trying to make a conversation. My birthday has already happened, but this weekend I will make a big party. He says, inviting me to the party. I already know about this, but he is inviting me personally. A little weird to make a party when his dad died not long ago, but people can grieve in different ways, right? I'm trying to be nice to him because of his circumstances, but I think he is interpreting this as having a chance with me. Sorry, but no pity sex from me. You can count me there. I say to Harry with a plain face. Suddenly I think of something. Oh, Hector, what about coming to Harry's party too? I turn to him with a smile. He looks at me silently. Oh God, his face. This guy is really an antisocial creature. But at this moment Flash returns and, acting all friendly with Hector, says, "That's an excellent idea. Just come, I will teach you how to have fun." He says animatedly. Hector puts on a thoughtful expression. Wait, is he really coming? Next semester I will finish high school. So this is the last opportunity. No problem to me. He says with his chin on his fingers. Okay, if it's not a problem, I will go. Harry. Hector says, turning to Harry. No problem at all, the more the merrier. Harry says with a strained smile. There are sparks flying between the two? But wait, more important, Hector is really going? Why, I'm a little uncomfortable with it now. I look at him again and watch as Liz continues to try small talk with him. I can't be jealous, right? Like Hector is some sort of thing that I discovered and I want to monopolize. I mean, she is acting too familiar with him. It's only that. Nothing more. Idolin POV. Later that night, a party? Why don't you scream to the world already? I was a disappointment to my father, now I'm happy that he is dead. But okay. Like All for One said, everything can be an opportunity to gain some advantage. Let's play detective and take care of any goblin remnants, in the Osborn manner. This took the need to invade anyways. The whole thing with Flash was more of a chance encounter. Yesterday after class, when I on the parking lot ready to go home, I find the little ambush on the guy. I debated in helping only for a second, before deciding to act as a Hector. Obviously, I needed to receive some punches, and because of this the wounds. The way Shago laughed when she saw. Now Flash treats me very well. Meh, I don't have hard feelings at the guy. He is so small in the great scheme of things, I'm not that petty. And I remember that in the comics he has his redemption, going to the military, losing his legs to save a friend, and becoming Agent Venom. The guy is not evil, just immature. It is a thing of age. Children are pure evil. Children can be mean in a merciless way, teenagers are not that different. No need to demonize the guy because he gave me names and pushed me sometimes in the hallway. And Liz Allen, Being handsome makes life so easy. The girl is interested in me. Not so much. Only 30% of her interest is because I'm a catch now. Another 3% is because she saw MJ being all friendly with me. Some sort of female competitive spirit. The other 40% is because I ignored her. Seriously, she is so used to having everyone's attention she can't handle me acting disinterested in her. She is craving my approval now. So, this generation. I even saw her going to talk with some nerds of the school, just to have them gawk at her so to boost her confidence. She is so superficial. Now, focus on the present. I will be very happy if you all can go to the nearest police station and turn yourselves in. I say in my threatening Idolin voice to the ATM robber group that I just captured. They all nod fearfully at my words. Remember, I can keep track of you guys from a distance. I death glare them. If you guys stop, take another route or lie, I will come back. Do you want to see me again? They all shake their head. Good boys. Criminals never stop. But I need to keep these guys on a tight leash. Crimes will never stop. But the violent crime rate dropped significantly because of me. People prefer to explode at an ATM than steal a woman's purse. Good, very good. She is nearby. Maybe I can stop by to have a little talk with her. I still have to gauge her character to decide how closer I will keep her. Emma Frost POV. In my limousine, I look at my tablet to keep up with the news, still working even in my breaks. That's my life. I normally would not spend much time on the internet. But I think the internet is a gold mine. Those old-time CEOs underestimate the potential of this thing, thinking that other mainstream media will be strong forever and the internet is only a phase. I think I will fire all of my marketing team for a younger batch. I muttered to myself, social media is growing strong. Going through the news, obviously, there's a focus on the heroes. There are no newspapers that don't report the deed of the costumed superpowered people. Idolin is always the more present guy. He saved a bus from falling from a bridge. The guy really is everywhere. But now I know that he is not that pure-hearted good Samaritan that everyone thinks. Replaying our encounter in my mind is possible to see that he is cunning, deceitful even. He is not the stereotype of a muscle-head hero. In hindsight, I gave too much information for free. He tired me mentally in his mind, but I couldn't call him out on this. It was my fault that I invaded his mind in the first place. He fucking played me. I fell too easy to his game of going away. TSK. I can feel the frown grow on my face. When I see him next time, what is disturbing your mind, Miss Frost? I'm not proud to say that I jumped a little on my sit in fright. Fucking Idolin is sitting calmly at my front. I look at the front seats, where my driver and guards are, none of them moved a muscle. They can't perceive what is happening here right now. A small trick with people's senses? You can do it with your telepathy too. He says calmly, watching my line of sight. Well, that is a scary use of powers, and this coming from a telepath. This doesn't mean that he can go anywhere unhindered. I mean, he can already do that. But him using brute force and him doing what he wants and no one noticing has a huge difference. This guy is really scary. What do you want, Idolin? I ask with a hint of displeasure in my voice. I thought that someone like you would mind breaking your guards. I'm surprised. He comments, looking to the front seat. I'm not that much of a monster, I say, but I admit that I check almost every day the mind of the people close to me. I would be a fool to not use my best weapon, and most of them can be kept loyal with ease. I joke, arching my back and showing my cleavage, trying to see his reaction. I'm only a little surprised that his eyes don't accompany my movement and are kept on my face. He snorts. Be safe then. He advises, Echimvif, no man in this world can touch me if I don't allow it. I say with a snort, that's not true, but okay. He says calmly and doesn't pursue the matter. Changing the subject, I ask about something that he said earlier. So you can tell if someone has his mind tampered by someone? That's interesting. He looks at me. You probably didn't meet many skilled telepaths, huh? Well, no. There's that bitch in my college years that gaslight me, but she was just an ant. He continues, there's no perfect crime. Your mental energy leave traces, only in your wavelength, your signature, like psychic fingerprints. And is easy to spot something wrong with a person's mind. You should already know that. He says, yeah, it's not that easy to mess with people's memories. Like the body, a mind will try to heal. But I didn't know of psychic fingerprints or whatever. I will check it later. Now, I don't believe that you came here just for some small talk. We are both busy people after all. I say, uncrossing my legs and crossing it again, now with my right leg over the left. Again, he didn't even spare a glance at my thighs or my panties. Are you a eunuch? I ask casually while taking something to drink and offering him too. He laughs and declines with a raise of his hand. No need to have your self-esteem attacked, Ms. Frost. I'm just used to beautiful women and this kind of trap. He says playfully, and indeed, I came here to warn you. I already had a good idea of the hideouts and shady business of the people that you passed the information to me last time. He looks at me more seriously, as per our agreement, I'm here to warn you. Till the end of the next month, all these guys will be out of the picture. In one way or another. He says with dead eyes, and I hate to admit that I felt a shiver from them. So, it's time for you prepare whatever you're going to do. He finishes, so it's time to move the moles planted on the many businesses of those bastards. If everything goes well, I will take good employers, deals with governments, shares at a cheap price, and much more. I notice that he is staring at me while I'm thinking, try to not go overboard. He warns and I huff. I'm an upstanding citizen. I lie easily and he scoffs. And I'm not so dumb to do something that would make Eidolon go for me as much as he will go for those scum. I already figured out how to deal with Eidolon. It's very simple. It simply doesn't antagonize the guy. I even stop some of my more unsavory business because of that. No need to wake one day and have the guy hovering above my home, ready to take me to jail. It's simply not worth it. And be honest. I noticed that he surprisingly answers seriously when I asked something, even if it was a joke. He likes honesty. So let's try being upfront with the guy. What's your endgame, Eidolon? I ask seriously. I noticed the shift in his posture. Some people would think because of the fact that I'm a telepath, I don't know how to read people normally. But is the exact reason that I'm good at reading people. I can see what people are really thinking and comparing with their facial expressions and body language. With time you crack the code. He stares at me for a while before letting out a chuckle and looking out the window. I think I know from where this question comes. He comments before turning to me again. After starting all this hero work, I noticed that people tend to project themselves in me and in the others' heroes. Not so good people think that I'm up to something. That I can't have all this power and be this saint. He laughs a little melancholic. The people that defend me are the ones with a more optimistic view on life. They're good people. Better than me even. He shakes his head. The thing is, people nowadays confuse cynicism with intelligence and a good heart with naivety and stupidity. No one wants to be hurt, to be taken advantage of. They don't want to risk being on the short end of the stick. So they attack first and became the offenders, afraid of being hurt. He looks at me with a deep gaze. You're like that Emma Frost. You're a power-hungry woman that aims for the top to not be hurt by anyone. You're going all out in a preemptive strike in being better than everyone. So you find it hard to believe that I'm simply a guy trying to do good. Because you wouldn't do that. He is not wrong. If you had my powers, you would already be the empress of the world. He laughs after saying this. I like the sound of that. I was like that in the beginning too, you know? You can imagine my thoughts when I gained my powers and discovered how many strong people there are out there. He looks at the window again. I was so eager to get power, to be capable of defending myself. To have power so that I wouldn't lose anything anymore. He gives me a meaningful stare. He chuckles again and reclines himself on his seat in a relaxed way. I'm more chill nowadays. You have to be careful with these things, Ms. Frost. If you do anything to get on the top, if you sacrifice everything, even if you arrive at the top, you will look around and notice that you have nothing. Seeking power from itself, without a reason, is a goose chase. For some reason, his words remembers me of my brother. My homosexual brother that suffered a lot of abuse from my father because of this fact. He was my best friend, till he was broken by that shitty father and his homophobic views. I accomplished my revenge. My father can't hurt us anymore, but when was the last time that I visited Christian? Last Christmas? Christian is a shell of his former self. Tried to commit suicide, drinks a lot, and barely goes out? Sincerely became painful to visit him. Maybe this is why I'm trying to avoid it. Now I'm here, working 16h a day for more money and more power, and then what? I don't know. After I deal with Shaw and everyone that can threaten me, what will change? I will continue to work, maybe be even busier. Now that you understand, I can answer your question. Eidolon's voice cut my depressive thoughts. He looks at me with a sympathetic look. Gore, I don't want anyone pity. If I really wanted to indulge myself, I would have already done that. Well, I could simply abandon Earth and go to a planet where strength rules and live a life of debauchery and pleasure, doing nothing. That looks fun. I comment with a smile. An interesting thought. The guy can already conquer planets and he didn't do it. So are you saying that you're a selfless guy? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He laughs like he heard a huge joke. More like being the Emperor of Earth sounds like a hassle, not worth it. I'm not that crazy power-hungry guy, but I have an ambition too, Ms. Frost. My endgame. I talked early about empires that span an entire galaxy. Do you know that I can end them? Me alone. He says, narrowing his eyes. Well, isn't this a scary prospect? I can reach the top easily, Ms. Frost. I want to reach it, but... He raises his hand and clenches it in a fist, but I want to bring everyone to the top with me. The future I envision for our race. No more deformities, everyone will be a super soldier, will be beautiful and healthy. People with powers are assets. Entire solar systems colonized, maybe even the entire galaxy. I believe that in a few decades, I can fast forward humanity standing in the universe in dozens of thousands of years. That's my ambition. He finishes looking at me with infinite determination in his eyes. I hate to admit that my heart skipped a bit with his speech. Huff, this guy has charisma. He is more dangerous than Magneto. Do you think will be easy? You must know that people can be difficult. I say to reason with him. He only smiles with his eyes. When any change is easy, Miss Frost? The beginning is the hardest part. This world is divided into so many countries. I say to Probe. It's this guy planning world unification? That's crazy. How many languages are out there? Currency? Cultures? To my Probe, his only answer is, I have time. He says calmly, good night, Miss Frost. He finishes before looking out the window. His move makes me do the same, and when I turn again, he disappeared. I nurse my drink in hand, before downing it. All those world leaders and schemers, thinking that at some point they will grab Eidolon's weakness and control him. All of them are idiots. People are still underestimating him. No, their brain can't gauge that guy's character. Their imagination doesn't reach his depths. In truth, I think he didn't say all. And this is another scary fact. He just talked about global unification, the solar system colonization, and much more, and that is not everything. What more does that man have in mind? I recline in my seat and trying to relax, but is impossible. If that guy woke one day and choose violence, we are fucked. Third-person POV Harry's party night. Thanks again for giving us a ride, Hector. Mary Jane says in the passenger seat of Hector's car. She is not as much dolled up as someone would expect, only using a little makeup, a loose blouse and jeans. Well, the jeans are a little tighter than normal, Hector noticed, showing that she has huge assets, and the loose blouse shows her midriff. But overall, very normal. Not that she needs to use anything extravagant. She is still one of the most beautiful women Hector met. Yep, helped a lot. Peter says from the back seat, he is together with Ned, that nods and thanks him too. No problem, I didn't think the two of you would go to parties like that. Like me, I thought that you two would prefer to assemble a Lego Death Star. Hector jokes looking at the rear view. Oh, normally yes. But a man needs to let their cave sometimes. To hunt. Ned says exaggeratedly cocky, even adjusting his collar and cowboy hat. Mary Jane shakes her head and laughs at the guy's antics. Wow, maybe I should warn the girls that Ned Leeds is out there looking for prey. It will be good. She points at her, and now that we're on this, maybe you should introduce these girls to me too. He says a second later, in a pleading tone. They laugh, and throw my friends directly at your jaws? Nah. Hunt alone, Chad. Mary Jane jokes, HMBF, I'm more of a lone wolf myself anyway. He shrugs. Peter can't take any more and decides to interrupt Ned. I and Harry are friends for a long time. He explains Hector's initial question. Oh, I see. Hector decides to not say what he is thinking. You two didn't sound too close right now. This would create an awkward mood in the car and be an indirect hit on Mary Jane. Sometimes, it's better to say nothing. The guy knows how to be social when he wants. Gwendolyn will be there too? It is what he decides to say, yes. Peter answers, as if he would dare to be at a party without her. Ned scoffs and chuckles. Whipped already? Mary Jane asks with a big teasing grin on her face. No, obviously we'll be better with her. Peter mumbles, totally whipped. Ned declares he is even toning down with ouch. He starts saying before being elbowed by Peter and realization hit his face, with his hobbies. Ned says suddenly Mary Jane. Hector. This is a little awkward. Everyone in this car knows what Peter and Ned are talking about. Because everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Ned is referring to Peter's night heroic activities that have been slowed down a little thanks to Gwen. While Peter is looking out for the city, Gwen is looking out for him. Gwen is very against Peter going out at night. She is okay with him being Spider-Man during the day, but Peter is not the type of guy that knows when to stop and ended up staying all night as Spider-Man. They tried to make a compromise where Peter would go back home to sleep at a certain time, but the guy can't hold his end of the bargain. So Gwen still tries to keep him from leaving at night, but Peter being Peter still goes 8 out of 10 nights to patrol. But is a progress at least. Hector decides to mess up with the people in the car. Tisk, he's going to a party with alcohol, promiscuity, and without an adult to supervision. You all make me sick, what Spider-Man would say. He shakes his head in a fake disappointment. Even Gwendolyn, the daughter of the chief of police. Look who is talking. You're also going. Ned says, just to keep an eye on you young'uns. Hector says like an old guy, I'm an adult, technically. He says a little smug, that's not how emancipation works, I think. Peter states the obvious, and I don't think Spider-Man would care. Mary Jane says, giving a side glance to the back seat, true, with those powers, he should have been crazy in high school. Hector comments lightly. Ned laughs, I don't know, maybe he was more of a nerd. Spider-Man as a nerd? May Jane scoffs exaggeratedly, impossible. He must have got all girls in his school. Hector comments. Peter is holding back the cringe in the back seat. This car has a strange and funny situation. Again, everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man, but Peter thinks that only Ned knows. And Ned thinks the same. At the same time, Mary Jane knows and thinks that Hector doesn't know, but Hector knows about everything. So, they're playing clueless to the others while teasing Peter discreetly, trying to hide a secret that is not a secret, without letting go of the opportunity to mess with the poor hero. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, do whatever a spider can, Hector sings a little before smirking. If this is true, do you guys know that some spiders can hypnotize the females? The dude must be a chick magnet. He says, hiding his amusement and everyone doing the same. And Peter can only hide his face with his hands. You should comb your hair to behind more often. And trim a little too. Mary Jane comments while trying to adjust Hector's unruly hair with her fingers. Woman, stop it. I'm driving. Hector deadpans Peter and Ned exchange some glances. Are you guys dating? Ned says, no. We're friends. Mary Jane denies it a little too fast. She tried to get on my pants, but I'm not that easy. She needs to conquer me first. Hector jokes with a serious face, receiving a flick on his ear from the redhead. As if, she says, please, you're totally head over heels for my charms. Hector rolls his eyes like is obvious. What charms? Mary Jane asks, half outraged. My adorable energy, obviously. Women simply can't resist a socially inept, awkward nerd. This makes her laugh out loud. You are not in this category anymore, Tiger. Going to parties? She gives him a big grin. Entering in fights? Very normie. Hector groans, what fight? I simply threw my bag and kicked a guy. Heh, the way Flash described, you fought an Avengers-level threat with your bare hands. Mary Jane laughs. Hector snorts. I just kicked a guy in the balls and threw some hands. Dude, you can't kick someone in the nuts. It's not honorable. Ned says with shock, there's no honor in a street fight. Hector says casually but deeply. Now we're on the upper class part of the city, guy. If you look to your left you can see the natural habitat of unum percentis, more popularly known as super rich people. Hector says like a tourist guide, these fantastical animals had the custom or having homes too big for them. Scientists theorize that is to compensate the emptiness of their being or the sense of impending doom that not all the money of the world can't alleviate them from. Or their small genitalia. Stop that. Mary Jane slaps his arm while laughing. They just entered the neighborhood full of huge villas and mansions. They occupy entire blocks, so big that in some you couldn't even see the mansion. Looks at those houses. I can almost smell the old money. Ned jokes, what we can see now is not the real old money. Hector says, these people become rich relatively recently, even Stark and Osborn are not old money. If we go a little more deeper in this neighborhood we can see real old money. People that invested first in oil. Their families practically invented capitalism and founded this country. He laughs. He continues, people like Stark can still lose everything if they do huge a mistake, or someone does something better than him. These rich people just need to exist and the money multiplies. Wow! Ned exclaims, I can't even imagine all this money. And how do you know of these rich families living here, Hector? Mary Jane asks. Hector pauses. It looks like he is not gonna answer, till he makes a sharp turn to the left and after some detour in the route he gestures to the side with his chin while driving, that one is mine. Wadash. They look at the huge wall stretching through the block. The car continues to go through the empty street till it passes by a huge gate with a bee and a circular shield with a caduceus in the middle, the symbol of medicine, the staff of Hermes. Belucci. My grandpa started our wealth. He served with Captain America, you know that? Cool. He says casually and a funny thought pops into his mind. His grandfather knew Captain America. He was part of the Howling Commandos. His parents worked in the same hospital as Doctor Strange. And he is Spider-Man's classmate. Weird. He thinks, once is chance, twice is a coincidence, but the third time, 3 generations are close to superheroes. Is destiny again? I'm tied with the supers? Tangled in the mess from the beginning. He starts overthinking before stopping himself. I didn't know that you're this rich. Ned comments, and your grandfather fought with Captain America? Fucking badass. He exclaims afterward, focusing on the interesting part. Right? A pity he died some years ago. Hector says with a sigh and receives some condolences from the 3, and I'm not that rich. Not multi-billionaire rich. My mother never cared about money too, so I was raised far from it in Brazil. He shrugs. This remember me, my uncle's wife was living in that house? I will talk with my lawyer to give them an eviction order. Hector. Peter looked at him weirdly and with a little shock in his voice. Hector sighs. Peter, it's not because someone is your family that they're good people. He says, and Mary Jane imperceptibly nods, they are assholes. The mother is a stuck-up bitch, the son is a lazy bastard that parties every night and uses drugs, the daughter is her mother in miniature but a kleptomaniac to the booth. Everyone is shocked by his bluntness. I won't probably even live there, but that is the house my grandfather built. I will burn in the marble of the nth hell if I allow my cousins to turn it into an orgy club. Well, I can understand your point. Peter says in defeat, don't pity the human trash. They have enough money to live a decade maintaining their lifestyle. After that, he scoffs. He can almost see in the future, they will continue spending money as nothing changed. But they are not receiving money anymore. They will not prepare themselves and will waste everything. In some years, they will turn to him, creating trouble. Plane accidents are common in this world full of superheroes, right? He starts thinking about murder. So, if that house is yours, do you have small genitalia? Mary Jane asks slowly, biting her lips to stifle a laugh. Hector slowly turns to her. Every response that I can give you now will be the wrong answer. So I will use silence to not be cancelled. He turns his eyes to the front row again. You can't win against women sometimes. He sighs and the other three laugh at his expense good-naturedly. He doesn't mind, it's a good way to seem approachable to people. They finally arrive at the Osborne mansion. It's a huge Gothic-style mansion in a ridiculous big land. The area is full of cars that are using the garden as a parking lot. It's possible to hear the loud music of the party that is already going on inside. Hector's eyes gain a sharp glint while looking at the mansion, a change no one notices. They enter the mansion without a problem. If someone was paying attention, would be possible to notice the way that Peter winces slightly because of the loud music and Hector's eyes narrowing in concentration to not suffer from his own super senses. They are greeted first by Harry Osborn that was talking with Gwen that was waiting for Peter. After the customary greeting and compliments of the house, they start talking while walking inside. Everyone from our high school must be here. Ned comments while looking around, yes, and even more people from some colleges that I know. Harry says a little proudly. And some adult agents too. Hector thinks to himself. He also notices the amount of attention that Osborn is giving to Mary Jane. Someone is trying to get lucky tonight. He laughs to himself without a care before scanning the surroundings and finding some hidden places. How was the ride? Gwen asks Peter at the side, uneventful but fun. We talked about a lot of things. Peter says, really a lot, from science and technology, to rich people's genitalia and Spider-Man's capability to hypnotize females. Hector adds with a smirk. Seeing Peter blanch and the way that Gwen looks at him makes him hold a laugh. I understand now why the writers love bullying the poor guy. It's so fun. Hector. They hear Flash shouting when they arrive the place where most of their classmates are talking and drinking. Flash, aren't too early to get wasted. Hector asks casually, I still have a long way to go till I get wasted here, drink with me. Flash offers, nah, I'm the driver this night. Hector declines, looking good Hector. Liz says approaching him and giving him a once-over. The guy is a little more fashionable, with clothes a little more form-fitting and with his hair taken care for. My grandma always said that I'm a handsome boy. He jokes, well, she is a wise woman. Liz says with a flirty smile, and what do you think she would say about me? She says showing her outfit. Aren't you too forward, woman? Not bad I guess. He says disinterestedly, making her huff before getting even more clingy. There's a study about women fetish, women fantasy. Do you know what they are? Vampires, pirates, werewolves? Those shit. It's the old liking bad boys. The Beauty and the Beast. Hector says to his table with the guys. So this is why Eidolon won that poll of the most sexy hero. He is the bad boy of the heroes. Dark, unapproachable. The girls think that he will be nice only to them, that they will be special. I can fix him. Hector says to Legas, oh God, that is so true. I can fix him, huh? One guy wipes a tear off after cackling. It makes so much sense. Flash wheezes, it's not like Eidolon is the most handsome, we can't even see his face. He is just everyone's fetish. Hector concludes. The girls look around in silence. How did the conversation arrive on this topic? Mary Jane asks, I don't know. We started normally with a simple, red or green question. Flash says boys will be boys. And they are discussing it so seriously. Sally says with a huff, it's just a simple women's psychoanalysis. Hector comments, now girls. Did I say any lie? Hector looks at them. They can't deny it. Go Flash. Are you really gonna lose to him? One of the boys shouts half drunk at the quarterback that is struggling in the arm wrestling with Hector. I thought I got you earlier. Flash says through gritted teeth. Hector also looks like he's struggling. Yeah, it's all part of my plan. Boost of strength, waste energy, Mr. Quarterback. Explosiveness needs to be used in the right time. Hector smirks. I held my ground and the bet paid off. He says slowly while his arm gains more ground. You can't turn this around. Your energy is slowly sipping away. Boom. Bam! Hector slammed Flash's arm into the table. All around them people cheer and jokingly mocks Flash with "Ooh, lost to a nerd." Hiya, one of Flash's friends shouts, throwing himself backward while laughing. The guy is stronger than he looks. I want to see you try. Flash gumbles. Brain power. Hector jokes, strikes a pose, a double biceps. Hector throws the ball at the table. It bounces, landing perfectly in a cup. People cheer and force another cup at Flash. Fuck, how you are so good at this? He asks. I'm the one that is not drunk to start. He deadpans. I think I'm gonna throw up. Flash says with his face blank, staring at the void. Hector just won this game 8 times in a row. Hector, after emptying all of his social battery, goes alone to catch some food and drink something. Is everything here alcoholic? He comments with a sigh. Turning around, he met Peter, Gwen, and Ned talking. He walks to them and hooks an arm around Ned's shoulder. Come with me, third wheel. Loners should stick together. He says without giving the guy a chance to respond, and walk away with him. He looks around a little older, another school, internship in Osborne, ex-fat and with a more pretty friend. He locates his targets. Hey, have you met Ned? He is already accepted in Caltech. He spins, smoothly delivering Ned close to the girl and hooking up the other friend with his arm and taking her away without elaborating further. Ned splutters a little before realizing what just happened and starts to try talking with the girl. The friend doesn't even protest after seeing his face, height, and body. Is that easy? Just hook your arm around a girl and bam. Well, if you're unattractive is sexual assault. If you're handsome you have riz. After talking and entertaining the girl in his arms for a bit, he dumps her smoothly too and goes in his own way. There are some hidden rooms and a hidden lab in this mansion. The fuss shows that it has not been used for some time. So Harry didn't discover them, probably. He thinks while using X-ray vision discreetly, if I deal with it now, I can stop the birth of another Green Goblin. Well, he knows about his father's secret life, everyone else in the world. If he wants to go down in the same path he will go. But I can make things difficult to him. Hector! He hears a shout from the side. In a second he is being dragged across the corridor to another living room by Flash. Come play a game. With you the men-women ratio will be perfect. Flash says, what type of game? Hector looks at him suspiciously. Is not the bottle game, right? He asks and Flash pauses. No. But more exciting. The quarterback says with a big smile. Relax, you big nerd. There are only hot girls there. And is much better because is the bottle game fused with 7 minutes in heaven. Flash starts to explain. Oh my. Hector considers karate chopping this guy's neck. Well, it's not much of trouble to avoid doing anything with my powers. He ended up going with the flow. Now in the living room where the people are going to play this game, he found familiar faces like Harry, Mary Jane, Liz, Sally, and others. He noticed that Mary Jane sat down reluctantly after seeing him. I have a bad feeling about this. He thinks Flash makes Hector sit between 2 girls. It's simple. Someone spins the bottle. When lands in the closest of the opposite sex, the 2 will go to an empty room and have to stay there for 15 minutes. Flash says, 15 minutes? Hector raises an eyebrow. Yeah, to do something naughty. Flash smiles conspiratorially. And what do I do with the other 14 minutes? Play rock, paper, scissors? He jokes, making the people around him laugh. A self-deprecating joke is always nice to break the ice. And when you say these things with confidence, no one really believes or care about whatever you said about yourself. The game goes on, and some couples leave the circle. Some return and is possible to know that nothing happened. In the end, is the girl's choice if really something naughty happens in those 15 minutes. Hector, that was disinterested for most of the game, suddenly focused when he sees the bottle that Mary Jane just spinned. It landed in him perfectly. It did not land in one of the two girls at his side, what would count him by the way, it really landed in him. Dead center. And no, he didn't use telekinesis to cheat. Yukirito's luck is really something else. He thinks while the people around him whistle in provocation to the couple. Mary Jane's faces go a little red and she discreetly checks Hector's reaction. Hector, that was with his face blank till now, surprises everyone by spinning the bottle fast. People raise some eyebrows in confusion. Is he rejecting Mary Jane? Even her face fell a little, till the bottle landed perfectly in Mary Jane. Hua, people go crazy, what are the chances? 1 in 32. Hector answers calmly, well, it looks like his destiny. He says with a smile while getting up. Instead of acting embarrassed by the situation, he goes around the table and then like a barbarian he lifts Mary Jane by her waist to carry her on his shoulder. He ignores her yelps and weak protests, feeling her laugh and enjoyment over the treatment. Let's play rock, paper, and scissors. He jokes again before walking away amidst the laughs and whistles of the others. He didn't miss Harry Osborn's sour face. What's the problem, little Goblin Jr.? Gonna cry. Hello there. Life can be unpredictable. I had some things to do and even had to go to a bunch of birthday parties recently. Ugh, I'm not cut to the social life. Initially, I was putting a lot of effort into writing the chapters to meet the schedule and I stopped. Why I'm killing myself doing this again? Don't take me wrong, I like writing. Like that you guys like my writing, but if become a chore, will burn me out. It's a hobby. So I took a break and relaxed. It was good. Sorry to make you guys wait, but it's not like this is my job. Maybe I should make a Patreon. Anyway, now we are back on track. Hope you guys like the chapter. The little calm between arcs. I will deal with the Kingpin before the next gacha and the travel ticket arc. By the way, relationships will become a thing now, so to train my writing I have a surprise for you all. A new fanfic with side stories of Hector's adventures. Go to my profile or search the Gacha Master Omniversal Adventures. There I will put stories that have no space in this main fanfic, like a travel to a world just to have fun. The stories are independent of this main one. More like one-shots with the guy completing his bucket list. Him, in the near future where he can relax a little. Go check it out, depending on the feedback I will continue it. Mostly to train my writing in Lemon 2, this story will start contain it from now on. There's another small thing to address. Recently I read a comment about how the girls fall easy for the MC. Sincerely I disagree. No one falls for him that hard. Many have crushes on him. Others have good feelings for him that may blossom if nurtured like Jean. But these are fairly young and inexperienced. The adults once flirt with him and find him hot, like Emma, She-Hulk or Black Widow, but none of them has fallen from him. The truth is, the guy has charisma, people. Look at his assimilations. Light Yagami, Rito, Odin, Roger, fucking Yujiro, Helltaker. The guy has a magnetism. Not only for chicks. He probably can start a cult if he goes preach. These high school girls have no chance. So it's not weird if girls will thirst for him, sorry. I even have a meme for this, about the MC being perfect. He has OP power with Batman's work ethic. I have seen a comic about how strong Superman becomes when he trains. And angers me people with OP powers that commit silly mistakes because they don't train. I remember reading about a fanfic where the MC has the Speed Force in Marvel. I don't remember the name. Dude. The guy was shot. Seriously, how do you let a goon shoot you with the Speed Force? My MC could have received his powers as a gift, but he puts in the work. It's not a surprise that he is perfect. He has his flaws in other ways. Like morals, overthinking and other things. This all for today. Don't forget to check the side stories. They're fun, I promise. Bye-bye. Till next time. Women disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Love is like a mirror that reflects your bad side. Especially when it's unrequited, you get envious, jealous, prejudiced, and resentful. You have to face all sorts of emotions, but there's no reason to find that shameful. Marjorie Daw from Shakuga no Shana. Recap. Third-person POV. Hector carries Mary Jane inside an empty bedroom in the mansion. He kicks the door open, making Mary Jane laughs at the playful and aggressive demeanor. But when he enters the bedroom, he puts Mary Jane on the edge of the bed and ignores her completely. He calmly, and without an inch of the lewdness of the situation, walks around the Hoji bedroom. Passing his finger through some of the furniture, looking around, his eyes saw much more than it seems. Hidden cameras in a guest bedroom? Little Harold is a creepy bastard. Hector frowns internally before using some powers to command the rats of the mansion to destroy the surveillance system. A little weird, but not something that can be traced to him. Will take some time for Harry to notice that he has no footage of anything. Shadowcon. He discreetly summons his ninjas. While he passed through a dimly lit part of the room, it's impossible to Mary Jane to notice how his shadow moved a little unnaturally. Mary Jane is watching Hector confused. With her elbows supporting her upper body, she just waits. But he does nothing. Noticing her thoughts, Hector decides to talk first. Don't worry, there's no need to go ahead with something that you find uncomfortable. He says, in this game, even if the man and woman are forced to go to an enclosed space to stay together, the fun part is that will be unknown how far they can go. Well, it's still possible to guess what happened by their state when they leave the room. Normally, would be the man the one that will push forward in this situation while the woman establishes the limits. But Hector doesn't care. He knows that Mary Jane worries about her reputation and image. Being a pretty girl that wants to be a model makes people think that she is some sort of slutty bimbo. So he is okay with nothing happening. Aren't you gonna try anything? She asks, her face a little red. Maybe because of the situation or because she drank a little. Meh. He shrugs. We can just waste time here and go back. They will mock you. She adds, hey, isn't this funny? The girl is the one with all the power here. But the man will be mocked if he doesn't accomplish anything. Society in a nutshell. He laughs. But I really couldn't be less bothered. I can imagine. You always gave this don't give a fuck vibe. She comments. He nods at her words. I guess you are being considerate. She says slowly, looking around the room. But then she continues, unless you're afraid. She gives him a side glance. Now he stopped. And slowly turned to her. Beg your pardon? He asks with a raised eyebrow. There's a quirk in Mary Jane's lips seeing his reaction. There's no shame in being nervous or afraid. She licks her lips. For some reason, she can't keep her mouth shut. You could fail or be bad at it. I understand your circumstances. She says with a nod of understanding. Maybe is the alcohol, or maybe is because she has been rejected with extra steps and her womanly confidence took a hit. But she simply can't let this end this way. Hector's eyes narrowed looking at her. For a moment her brain muddled with alcohol and excitement/horniness clears and her eyes widen. This no not what I mean. I didn't want to offend you. She says fast, thinking that she went too far in stepping on his male pride. Hector doesn't react to her words, simply continues to stare at her. Mary Jane can't tell what is passing through his head, but to her, it looks like he is angry and is glaring at her. She withers under his gaze and can't even formulate a word. I'm not mad. Hector decides to help her. He is not that petty. Are you drunk? He asks seriously. His voice has some sort of commanding tone. I just drank 2 cups. Enough to have fun. Not enough to be taken advantage of. She answers without thinking, at least you're self-aware. He comments on her cautiousness. She can't say anything else. She feels like an idiot right now. Hector decided that is enough of a lesson. And he is not really mad, he is just thinking and weighing his options and the consequences in his mind. He made a decision. Go with the flow. Your childish provocation could never take a rise of me, Mary Jane. He says her full name while approaching her. She looks up at him, but I will bite. He extends his hand to her. Even if it's not in his personality to chase skirts, it's not like he will close an open door. He remembers his father saying something about rejecting a woman's advances, saying that it takes a lot of courage for a woman to approach you, so never be a dick. He sincerely doesn't follow that advice too much. It didn't take a lot of courage for men to approach women too. No need to treat them special because it's not the norm or social convention that they sue their shot. But every case is unique. Take my hand and we will play this game. He says with a husky tone at her, your choice. She looks between his outstretched hand and his calm face. He is going with the flow. He is cool with whatever she decides to do. On a normal day, she would think more about it. Weight the consequences and how this would affect their friendship, but not tonight. Tonight she is uninhibited and in the end, she wants it. She takes his hand. And in the next second, she is being pulled to a standing position, crashing into his chest. A small, Kaya, is everything she can express before a finger go under his chin to lift her face and her lips are captured by his. She adapted fast, closing her eyes and hugging him. She answers the kiss very proactively. In no time their lips parted and there's already a tongue battle in their mouth. Hector tests the waters, lowering his hand to her backside and groping a feel. Instead of stopping him, she gets even more touchy. Moaning while pressing her body against his, her fingers entwined through his hair in the back of his head. Mary Jane is suddenly turned around, hugging her from behind. Hector kissed her neck and sits down on the bed, pulling her with him, making her sit on his lap. She exposes her shoulder and neck to him to deliver kisses, enjoying his ministrations and hands roaming over her body. A hand goes up her stomach, underneath her loose blouse and finds a breast. He gropes it over her bra, and beyond putting a hand over his Mary Jane does nothing to stop him. His trail of kisses reaches her ear and after giving it a playful bite he breathes out, "Open your legs," he says in a deep and husky tone. His other hand, which is not mauling her breast, starts going down slowly, to give her time to think, passing through her surprisingly smooth and toned stomach. She shows no resistance while his hand caresses her skin. When his finger reaches her jeans, he slowly opens the button. Mary Jane's legs open together with the movement of his fingers that low down her zipper. Hector, she moans and holds his forearm when his middle finger finds her covered slit. Her panties already starting to dampen. In her excitement, she turns her head to seek a kiss but only finds his jaw. Not caring, she kisses and bites his sharp jaw in an attempt to make him turn his face. He understands the message and seals her lips again. His hand then goes under her bra to squeeze her bare flesh, feeling the softness of her breast and the hard nipple poking the middle of his palm. Hector let his appreciation known by separating from Mary Jane's lips and almost growling into her ear. Hector, she moans. Hector, Hector. He repeats her words with a teasing tone, liking have me in your mouth? Shut up. She blushes even more and makes a show of putting up a fight against his evil clutches. This effort is easily destroyed when Hector suddenly stands up carrying her. She was still squealing in surprise when she found herself on her back on the bed. Her pleasure-muddled brain didn't even find it strange how easily Hector grabbed and threw her. Smoothly, he grabs her ankles and removes her shoes with his nimble fingers. Then he climbs in the bed with her. He doesn't waste time in continuing their making-out session, his body pressing against hers. Mary Jane pulls him closer, wanting to feel all of him, mashing his lips against his while trying to take off his shirt. But that is a battle she can't win. It's clear who is the dominant one in this. Still, with their lips sealed in each other, Hector hooks his fingers in her pants belt loops and slowly tugs it down. Mary Jane helps him by raising her, but a little while still trying to remove his shirt, she only accomplished the removal of some buttons while Hector already bared her legs to him. Taking advantage of her raising herself a little to help him remove her pants, Hector snakes his hand around her back and breaks the record for the fastest unhooking of a bra in history, putting the ones in an American Pie to shame! Exclamation point! Even Mary Jane was surprised by this. Only some seconds passed since she was thrown onto the bed and she is almost naked. Hector pauses their tongue battle, using his arm to support himself, to have a look at Mary Jane. Her face is red, almost competing with her hair, her eyes are hazed, and her skin is a little sweaty. The two stare at each other for some time. Hector removes his glasses and throws them to the side, and he looks down. Mary Jane accompanies his gaze and notices that even with her blouse still covering her chest, her nipples are poking the thin fabric because of the lack of a bra. She becomes a tad more bashful but does nothing when he slowly lifts her blouse to expose her breasts. Now, there's not much left to imagination. Mary Jane finds herself with only her panties, socks, and a blouse lifted to her collarbone while laying down to him. Even Hector with his mental fortitude finds himself admiring her for several seconds. She gulped and licks her lips at the attention. That was the first time that she ever went that far with a boy. She cares a little too much about her reputation, and by being pretty she can easily evoke jealousy in others. One slip and all types of ill-intended gossip will float around the school. She wouldn't even participate in this game. Staying minutes alone with a boy, even if she doesn't go far or do nothing at all, is not something she looks forward to. The guy can always lie to brag. But she entered it hesitantly after seeing Flash dragging Hector to the circle. A small part of her hoped that the two would match, and destiny did its part. From what she knows of Hector, he is a reserved guy who would not brag about anything here. Heck, he even is cool in doing nothing in the beginning. She finds him hot, mature, and trustworthy to have some fun. And right now, she would be lying if she said that she is not enjoying his attention. He always calm or bored, gaze has a tinge of true hunger and lust that she hadn't seen on him yet. Yes, she likes that she made him look at her like that. Some pride and excitement swell on her chest while he gazes at her body. With a shaky smile, she tries to act confident and say, "Face it, Tiger. You just hit the jackpot." She stammers a little, but doesn't avert her gaze and doesn't hide anything. She watches Hector pause at the unknown to her famous line, "Indeed." He agrees in a low and deep voice. Normally, he would tease her a little, but not this time. "You're breathtaking," he says with such a serious tone, mixed with desire that Mary Jane's breath hitches. Is this woman really perfect? Hector thinks to himself after seeing her body in full glory for the first time. A well-proportioned body with beautiful curves. Big and round breasts and a surprisingly big ass too. I can see her ass from the front. The signal of a top-grade backside. Hector thinks while appreciating the ratio of her small waist and big hips and the way her ass is pressing against the bed. And she still is only a teenager. He thinks, so sexy. He doesn't mind saying it out loud. Mary Jane blushes a little more. Become even more beautiful with her glistening skin because of the sweat, red face, and the big mounds on her chest moving up and down with her heavy breath in a tantalizing way. The only imperfection on this woman would be the small amount of freckles that she has on her small nose and bosom, but to Hector only makes her sexier. Hector gives a peck on her lips before deepening the kiss. She answers in kind. Pulling him closer, a hand on the back of his neck while the other tries to feel his abs. Her hand goes lower, to his belt. The mood is simply too good and she is doing things that normally wouldn't. She simply can't resist him. It sounds so right to take these steps with him. But for some reason she didn't get lucky in her endeavors. Hector is level-headed enough to put a certain line in the fun. He starts going down, kissing her cheek, neck, collarbone. His movement makes her lose the grip on his belt. She goes to hug his back instead, while he continues to go lower. Finally reaching her breasts. There, he doesn't mind one a bit spending some time on them. He cups both of her breasts with his hands, feeling the amazing softness, playing with the hard pink nipples with his index fingers till he decides with one to put in his mouth. Well, always go left. Mary Jane moaned and arches her back when he licked the hard nipple, circling it with his tongue and even giving a playful bite on it. He switches to the other boob to share his attention with it. After some time, resisting the urge to do a motorboat, he hesitantly continues to go lower. All the way he showers Mary Jane with kisses in her smooth midsection. Mary Jane watches him with significant attention while he inches closer and closer to his final destination. Her breath quickens when he starts slowly removing her panties, sliding them off her model legs with ease. All this time he is playing her like an instrument, and she loves it. A small rational part of her brain thinks that maybe she should stop him, but the brain has a small say right now. Her fingers go through his hair, almost subconsciously pushing his head faster. The carpet matches the drapes. Hector thinks with mirth when he finally saw her secret place. The first boy to ever see it. He's not even surprised that, like the rest of her pussy is pretty. A small and trimmed red patch of hair above. The tiny slit, wet for his actions, he parted it to reveal the pink folds. Mary Jane is at the peak of her embarrassment now. She doesn't know if she should close her legs or shove Hector's head between them. For some reason, him looking at her pussy sounds much more embarrassing than if he simply put his mouth there. Hector, noticing it, can't help but want to tease her a little. Keeping eye contact, he skips her crotch in his trail of kisses and goes to kiss her inner thigh. She whimpers in disappointment and need at his actions. He chuckles while taking his time with her smooth and fit legs. His mouth jumps from one thigh to another, skipping the middle. His amusement is palpable while he feels her hand on the back of his neck increasing in strength. Then, to take her with the guard low, he finally attacks, giving a long lick right on her slit. Ouch! Mary Jane trembled with the sudden stimulus. Her mouth makes an "oh" while she squirms a little. After that, no more holding back. He gives his best without using any power. After all, he went to a world where 80% has powers. In that world with 8 billion people, is possible to imagine how many sex-oriented quirks exist that were not shown in the PG-15 anime/manga. As a male teenager, obviously, he collected a good amount. But there's no need to use them. His above-average long tongue and technique are more than enough to make the virgin redhead in his grasp become a puddle. She moans and squirms under his care. Hector uses his tongue to give her a royal-class treatment, licking from below to above, kissing the lips, humming to send vibrations, circling the clit. He even teases her visually. Mary Jane looks down to see the vision of his head between her legs is stimulating enough, the eye contact with his blue clear eyes. And now he even moves his head back a little to show her the work of his tongue in her pussy. The way it moves to give her pleasure, making things more lewd. She grips his hair and bedsheets even tighter, half-lidded eyes full of pleasure can't move away from the sight. Hector's view is equally good too. He can see her lust-filled face framed by her perfect breasts, and he can't help but reach to play with them, pinching a nipple and molding the soft flesh in his hands. The way her tight stomach flex and contracts while she rides in pleasure. He enjoys it very much. There are few things better to a man than seeing the clear pleasure that he is giving to his partner. And this is what he sees only with his normal senses. His super senses allow him to know much more. One of the reasons she is so good at it. She is close. He notices, deciding to focus on her clitoris. The place that has 8,000 sensitive nerves, the double of a penis. All are concentrated in such a small area. Oh! Her mouth opened wide. She practically sits while bringing Hector's face deeper into her twat. Right there, don't stop please. Mary Jane squeezes his head tight, releasing a silent scream. She almost gushes, pausing while she trembles and spasms. In the last second, Hector hesitated if he should have used a sensitive increasing power, but decide against it, and even so, Mary Jane has the greatest orgasm of her life. Something that she never accomplished before on her own. Some seconds later she falls on her back again, spent. Releasing a sigh, She tries to contain the microspasms of post-orgasmic bliss. Hector playfully gives a kiss on her lower lips, making her act like she has been electrocuted. "I'm sensitive." She whines, pushing his smirking face away while closing her legs and turning her waist to the side protectively. He doesn't mind, this gives him a good view of her ass. She also doesn't stop him while he gropes it. As an ass enjoyer, he can attest that Mary Jane's buttocks are a nice surprise. He even gives a playful bite on one of her ass cheeks, receiving an annoyed slap without any strength in return. Mary Jane was finally stabilizing her breath when she finally looks at Hector again, a mixture of embarrassment and lust in her eyes. None of them say anything, they just keep looking into each other's eyes. Hector, beyond admiring Mary Jane's female form, is thinking about the implications of what they're doing and how this will develop in the future. Mary Jane, on the other side, is not thinking too much, just staring at the man kneeling in the bed close to her. They keep the intense stare down while Hector's hand starts to go slowly to his belt. There's an unspoken question here, something that does not need be to put in words. Mary Jane understands, and answering the unasked question, she moves her waist again to the front and opens her legs to him. Invincibly, Hector's eyes narrow, seeing that, unbuckling his belt and unzipping his pants with only one hand. The sexual tension is high, they're moving in want. She subconsciously licks her lips while adjusting the pillow below her head in a more comfortable way, her open legs in M exposing her wet slit to him. She looks down to see the waistband of his underwear, the hint of abs, and the V-cut in his waist. Is this really happening? Panics a little, but just goes with the flow. She wants it. A pity that Hector has no plans in crossing this line. This fast at least? This is just a teasing act of him. Because he knows, bam bam, time is over, love rabbits. A crass voice shouts from the door with a laugh. They will be interrupted. He side glances the door, while Mary Jane sits on the bed like she has been struck by lightning, instinctively covering her breasts with her hands and adjusting the blouse that was raised to her collarbone. She groans at equal times, embarrassed from her getting carried away and frustrated for being interrupted. Hector turns to her with a smile. "Well, and we didn't even have time to play rock, paper, and scissors." He jokes to alleviate the awkward mood. After being shaken off from the lustful atmosphere, it is natural that things would turn strange. He moves fast and with ease, is already fixing his clothes and throws to Mary Jane her own outfit that has been discarded on the floor. He is not upset about being interrupted. The truth is, from the beginning he didn't plan to get off on this. 15 minutes is too little for him. He was bound to leave unsatisfied. That is the second reason for not letting Mary Jane start anything to get him off and avoiding taking his pants. This and his consideration from her first time. It shouldn't be like that. In a game. Mary Jane chuckles to herself, seeing him turn away to give her some privacy. Rolling her eyes, but appreciating it nonetheless. But strangely, a part of her is not happy with it. So the game is over and that's it? She thinks a little bitterly. And she wants to smack herself for having such conflicting thoughts. If Hector used his telepathy to read her mind, he would think, "Women?" She sits on the bed after struggling to put on her pants. After putting on her shoes again, she notices that her legs are still a little weak. Damn, he can really brag right now. She thinks putting an effort to stand up. Hector extends his hand to help. She takes it gratefully and a little bashfully. It didn't help that he is showing a knowing smirk to her difficulty in moving with ease. Taking her to the door, he opens it to her. But halfway he stops and closes the door again, ? Mary Jane looks at him confused. Still confused, she didn't even react before being pulled in a searing kiss and then pushed at the door. His large frame pressed against her smaller one, a hand snaked under her but raising her to his height. She unconsciously envelopes his waist with her legs. She didn't take long to just loses herself in the passionate kiss, hugging his neck and moaning in his mouth. When things started getting heated again, he stops. She blinks at him, with her mouth slightly open. Previously, everything we did is in the time frame of the game. He looks at her and fixes a strand of her hair. "This one is on me," he says confidently before taking her by the hand again and leaving the room. She didn't even respond, still dazed. When they came back to the circle of the bottle game, inevitably there will be a lot of teasing from the others. Even if nothing happened, everyone prefers to believe something happened just for the sake of making fun of the couple that just left the room. And this time, everyone knows something happened. Nothing from Hector's part. He looks new as ever, not even a strand of hair out of place. Maybe he has Metro Man power of great hair too. But Mary Jane on the other side. There are a lot of wrinkles in her blouse, the gloss of her mouth is completely gone, and her hair. Well, any girl can understand how difficult it is to fix messed up hair without a brush. And they are still holding hands, and Mary Jane is avoiding eye contact. To someone that wants to be an actress, "You're not controlling you blush very well." He teases with a smirk, "Shut up." She mouths between her teeth they, like a good part of the other couples, decided to not go back to the game. "Hector, let's go get a drink," Mary Jane says, pulling his hand. She wants to leave this living room. "Thirsty?" he asks, turning to her. "Well, I can use a drink, even if my mouth is not dry or anything," he says, full of innuendo very close to her ear. She wants to smack him but settles for pulling him away. This exchange was seen by the host Harry Osborn. He didn't look very happy. While being dragged by the redhead, Hector keeps eye contact with Goblin Jr. The guy really planned to get in her pants, huh? Hector thinks he probably asked Flash to set the game, keeping the stare down, something that Hector would never lose. He watches the guy don't even hide his disgruntled expression. Before leaving his sight, Hector twists the knife one last time just because the other guy is getting on his nerves with his creepy behavior. He smirks and silently mouths to the host, "Strawberries?" The guy can't understand the reference, but Hector knows he can catch the mockery. "It's hard to find something without alcohol here," Hector says after downing a can of soda. He needs to empty his mind to drink these things, if not he would taste all the chemicals and artificial flavors. "It's a party," Mary Jane says at his side while taking to herself a sweet drink with little alcohol. "With all these minors." Tisk, he shakes his head like an old man reproaching kids. "Stop being a party pooper." "I can't. I need to keep the nerd in me alive." He jokes while they walk around searching for a place to sit. He has his reasons. A party like this to someone like him is awful to say the least. Loud music, too many people in an enclosed space. The smells that he doesn't want to feel, the talks he doesn't want to hear. It's awful. Good thing I always train my control. I pity Superman now. He thinks while they finally found a place to sit. In the corner of a big living room, there is a couch and a chair being neglected because everyone prefers to dance or do something naughty in a more private place. When Mary Jane goes to sit on the couch, Hector pulls her to the chair, making her sit in his lap. She is surprised but doesn't resist it and settles on his thigh, resting her head on his shoulder comfortably. They stare at each other close, without saying anything. "So," Hector starts, "do you always come here?" he asks with a hint of a smile. She laughs, "Huh. I think we skipped that part, don't you think?" She looks at him with mirth. "Well, the order of the factors does not alter the product." He says, acting wise, "Really?" She acts surprised. "And what product is this?" "Huh," she says a little more seriously, but with a saucy smile on her face, giving a flirt glance at his lips. "We need to finish to see." He whispers at her, their nose touching. "You're too smooth." She whispers back, their lips almost touching. "How many girls did you trick till now?" She jokes, "Me? Smooth? I think I'm discovering this now. Must be in my genes." He says with amusement. Their lips finally meet in a long kiss, but Hector didn't let it deepen into a tongue battle. Pulling her closer by hugging her waist, he says, "I'm not that much into PD." He confesses. She looks around, seeing all the people. No one is looking. She says before moving again for a kiss, There's always someone looking. He says, turning his head to avoid the kiss, but moving his lips to her ear, giving a playful bite to distract her. Should we go somewhere private then? She found herself asking while closing her eyes to enjoy his touch. The question that leaves her lips surprises even herself. He moves his head back to look at her eyes. It's only me and my home. We can ditch this party. It's what he says, letting all the implications in the air. She doesn't answer immediately. Hector notices some conflict in her eyes. Hector doesn't press, he just smiles at her while massaging her waist with his thumb. So you guys are really dating? Peter's voice is heard to the side, making the two look at the newcomers. Peter and Gwen settle on the empty couch close to them. Hector's super senses allow him to know that the two have been naughty, but less than him and Mary Jane. Mary Jane for some reason is still weak to this kind of teasing. Maybe she cares a little too much because is with Hector. But he knows that can't give an inch to this, so he jokes. She wishes. Still trying to get in my pants all night. He says with a cocky roll of his eyes, making the other couple laugh. Mary Jane tries to make him shut up by putting her cup in his mouth. See? Trying to get me drunk to use me. He points out, exacerbating the laughs, and for the trouble receives a pinch in the side and a hard bite in the ear, where Mary Jane hides her face. Oh Hector, I just remembered it. You don't need to give us a ride home. I will accompany Gwen to her house. Peter says. Suddenly Hector turns to look at him. How? You know that is not a problem for me to take her home too, right? He says, no, doesn't need it. My father will come to take me and he wants to meet Peter and you can imagine the rest. Gwen says. Hector knows that she is lying. He shrugs. And Ned? He said he got a ride too. Peter says, a little put off for some reason. I can imagine. Hector laughs, imagining the ride he got. Sometime later, Hector and Mary Jane grew tired of the party. Mary Jane still has a strict curfew, so he is taking her home right now. The ShadowCon already did their job. Now a second goblin will only be born if Harold Osborn wants it a lot. Hector. Mary Jane calls him lowly from the passenger seat of his car. Yes. He asks with a side glance after noticing her tone. I don't feel like returning home yet. Do you know some secluded place to park the car? She says, a little embarrassed. To relax, I mean. She concludes. He looks to the road again. Yes, I know a place. He drives to a secluded parking lot relatively close to their homes. No one would pass by normally at this hour, no cameras or anything. Obviously, he discreetly releases his ShadowCon to keep any problem away. Well, Dash. He turns to her to talk a little but is interrupted by her lips on his. Okay then. He smoothly moves the seat back to allow her to straddle him. I thought that we would have a deep conversation about the socio-economic state of the world or something like that. He can't help but quips at her aggressiveness. Shut up. It's the only thing she says when she separated her lips for a moment before grabbing the side of his head to deepen the kiss. This time, Hector has no more excuses about PDA and he goes with the flow, engaging in a passionate kiss. The things get heated with time, his two big hands enclosed around her small waist, and she slowly and unconsciously started grinding against him. He, without a by your leave, grabs her ass cheeks a little rougher, making her moan in his mouth. Now, she doesn't want to be only on the receiving end again. Acting more proactively, she starts unbuttoning his shirt almost violently. He let her do it this time. When she finally opens it all the way to the base, she can finally see his torso in full glory. She even separate from the kiss to take a peek but ended up liking it and stopping the heated making out session. She gazes at him with full and unadulterated lust, passing her hand through the hard muscles, feeling his abs and pecs. I want to take a bite of this, thinks. And does just that by kissing his chest and biting his collarbone. Ouch. He says as fake as he could, if you leave a hickey, I will mark you too. He threatens, bringing her even closer with his hands still on her ass. His hands start sliding up, taking with them her blouse and bra, but she stops him halfway. "Wait," she says suddenly, and he pauses. I'm not ready to go all the way," she confesses after some time. He looks at her patiently. I'm liking this and all, but I want to make things clear now." She takes a breath to organize her thoughts. "Because of this, I do not want to go to your home. I think that I wouldn't stop myself and it's too soon and she sighs and lay her forehead on his shoulder. "I don't want you to think that I'm an easy girl," she says finally. "This is not what I would normally do. This is the first time going that far with someone else. Believe in me." "Damn, I look like I'm making generic excuses of hoe girls." She groans. After some time he chuckles and pats her back. Pulling her away so that they can see each other's faces, he starts talking. "Mary Jane, relax, I don't think that you're easy or a hoe." He can't contain a laugh. "I thought that initially first though." He jokes and receives a glare. "Hey, it's not my fault. You walk with a pack of hoe friends. By the law of assumption, I will think that you're a hoe." He defends herself. "Not all of them are hoes." She defends weakly, just like 90%. "Okay, let's put this conversation in a more clear way." He starts. "First, it's completely understandable that you don't want to go too far tonight. You're in your right. And don't worry, if I thought that you're a slut, you wouldn't even be in this car." He declares, "You should have already noticed that I'm not the type of guy to go around flirting with girls." She nods. In her understanding of Hector, he is a very unattached guy that gives zero fucks about those high school things. She even joked that he is a sexagenary on the inside. The crux of the question is this. He signaled to them both, "Wouldn't be happening if we don't have a minimum of affection, attraction, and trust in each other. If is any other in that circle that the bottle stopped, I believe that you wouldn't have done much, right?" She nods at his words. "Me too. So, let's just enjoy now this thing that was built by our familiarity and trust, okay?" He says, approaching and giving her a peck on her lips. She kisses back and nods, much more relaxed. "You're good and this whole, putting the conversation in a clear way thing." She laughs. "I've been told that." Thinking seriously about becoming a therapist. He says, making her laugh. With resolve in her eyes, Mary Jane separates from the kiss and pulls her blouse and bra off, baring her upper body to him. Hector raises his eyebrows to her. "You're really gorgeous," he says, looking at her. "Thanks." She gives a shy smile before gaining some confidence. "You're not that bad yourself, Tiger," she says, using a finger to trace the contour of his hard muscles. With a renewed vigor she wraps an arm behind his head to restart what they stopped. She runs her fingers through his hair, her tits pressing against his chest, combing it the way she thinks that Hector becomes more handsome. The other hand travels lower, slowly moving down to his crotch. She starts to feel from above his pants, but is confused for a second for not finding what she wants. "Wait, where's it? It's really small? I mean, it's not a problem," she starts thinking before using her hand to grope fully. "Wait? Is all this? I thought that this was his thigh." She even separates their lips to look down where her hand holds a bulge as thick as her wrist. She was running her finger through his length and didn't realize that. She stops and goes to unbuckle his belt. "Are you sure?" Hector's voice interrupts her. She looks up to meet his eyes. "You saw mine." It's the answer before she continues. Some moments later she moves a little away to open the space between them and puts her hand under the waistband of his underwear, fishing what is inside. Something big, hard, and hot slaps her stomach. "Okay." She trailed off while looking at the thing in her hand. "This is not the normal, right?" she asks, transfixed. "A little above average, I think." He says calmly. She gives a few testing strokes. She can't close her hand around the shaft. The hard thing between them is pointing proudly at her face. She moves it a little curiously, approaching it to her belly, adjusting, and she gulps after noticing how far it would go inside her. You can do it stronger, you know? It's not that fragile. She hears his voice. Looking at him, she starts moving her wrist up and down faster, increasing the strength of her grip. Like that? She asks, keeping eye contact. For some reason she felt sexier doing that, even her voice gaining a throaty, flirtatious tone. Yeah, like that. He answers. It's good? I'm doing right. She can't help but ask in the same sexy tone. It's good. Different. He says, enjoying himself but being truthfully different. She asks, slowing down her handjob. Well, it's not like you have practiced. And you don't have my grip strength. He jokes, you can't beat a pro on your first try, girl. Ha. Not that I still do that. When is the last time again? I haven't done that since I gained the essence. He thinks he simply is not that horny anymore. Must be his increased self-control. And there are more interesting things to do in his opinion. Like playing with his powers, instead of playing with his dick. Don't take this wrongly. It's good. He says to her, but she narrows her eyes at him. For some reason she felt insulted, her pride is hurt. It's natural, who doesn't want to be good at pleasing their partner? She stops her handjob and moves away. Hector thinks that he killed the mood, but if she was so easily offended like that, maybe is for the better that she stop early than late. I bet this is new. She says after moving to her seat again but kneeling instead of sitting. Her face starts going lower. She muster a confidence that she didn't know where it comes from. Grabbing his cock again, she points at her face, hesitating for only 1 second before opening her mouth and engulfing the head with her red lips. Hector allows himself to sigh in pleasure. One thing that he instinctively learned about sex. Like men, women also like when their partner expresses their enjoyment. It works wonders to boost the woman's confidence. And he notices this immediately when Mary Jane grows more enthusiastic, bobbing her head, hitting the back of her throat, and gagging a little. Calm down. It's not a race. He says, putting his hand in her hair to caress her scalp. She slows down and hums in pleasure at his massage, unconsciously sending pleasurable vibrations through his cock. He didn't use his hand to guide her, just enjoying her amateur attempt. But a blowjob is a blowjob. It still feels pretty good nonetheless. Try to use your tongue more, he says. She obeys, pausing to run her tongue through the head that rests in her warm and wet mouth. He reclines himself in his seat, closing his eyes to just enjoy her care. Mary Jane keeps her eyes on his reaction. Hector was right previously. Seeing the always calm and unfazed Hector letting himself go and groaning, even if just a little, to her ministrations, is extremely enjoyable to Mary Jane. What she lacks in experience and technique she makes up with enthusiasm and vigor. And it's not like she is an asexual girl that never researched about these things on the internet. She encloses her lips tightly around the bulbous head, sucking hard and trying to move her tongue around it. Her hand moves with her head, jerking off what she can't swallow. She remembers something and pulls the waistband of his boxers even lower, presenting to her his ball sack, which she starts to massage. Hector hisses a little. Now this is fragile. Be careful. He says with a laugh, you are literally holding a man by his balls. She almost chokes on his dick with a laugh, but listen to him and massage his balls carefully. Holding a man by his balls. Isn't that powerful? She laughs in her mind. She dislodges the now wet cock from her mouth and moves her head lower to kiss his big nutsack. She didn't feel disgusted by doing this. And she likes the way he sighs in pleasure, and the grip on her head grows tight as a response to her actions. She always thought that doing this to a boy is a little degrading. But she now feels that this is not bad at all. There's some power here. Her womanly pride swells each time she notices her partner losing a little of his always flawless control. At the same time, Hector is also discovering new things about himself with his eyes closed while massaging Mary Jane's head with one hand and reaching for her bubble with the other. He thinks to himself, at this rate we will stay here forever. Teeth. he says, making her pause to say sorry before being more careful. Improving in her head game. The blowjob is good. A little clumsy, and lacks rhythm and coordination. But this also gives it a charm. Knowing that it's her first time doing this. The problem is, who Hector is. He focuses on the sensation of her mouth engulfing his length, her hand going up and down, lubricating the rest of his cock with her saliva. The massage on his balls. Super senses? Can be used like that too. Thinks. His sense of touch can be increased too. He can feel more pleasure from it if he loses control, or if he wants. Because he has very good control over his body in the back of his mind, he thinks if people like Superman suffered from being a quick shot in his early life. He can clearly feel her ministrations. He is threading a thin line to not bust too early and keeping himself enjoying it. And he even hadn't used any sex power on himself. It's good to know that I can still enjoy these things, doesn't matter how strong am I. Sucks, that becomes so complicated, but my life is overall complicated anyway, he thinks. He notices that Mary Jane is starting to tire and decides to end this. Mary Jane, I'm close. He says slowly. She pauses and takes her mouth off to look at him. There is some conflict in her eyes for some seconds before she takes some sort of decision and lowers herself again, carrying on with even great enthusiasm. Sucking him with gusto now, frantically. Are you sure? He asks. The only answer is her increasing her pace, hollowing her cheeks while trying to milk him. Her eyes are closed in concentration. It's better that I use that power so that I don't release leaders or something like that. Hector thinks to himself before letting go. Here it comes. He warns, now holding her head in place before exploding in her mouth. Mary Jane pauses everything and focuses on swallowing. His cock jerked in her mouth, his malls churning in her hand. Is this normal? She swallows 2 mouthfuls before he shows signs of stopping. Pwah! She releases the cock with a pop, taking a deep breath after swallowing everything. HM? It does not taste bad. Neutral. She comments while licking her lips, I have a good diet. He says, but he has powers over it too. If he wants, all of his fluids can taste like Nutella or whatever he wants. Obviously, he will not do it to her. But making the thing not taste bad is a plus and an investment in the future. Oh. It's her answer, still a little dazed. The two stare at each other a little awkwardly now. Now we're even, she says, trying to cut the strange mood. He laughs at her attempt and retrieves a bottle of water from a compartment in the car. Let's go, I will take you home. He says, starting the car. He can't help but add later, 1-to-1 then? Making her laugh embarrassedly at her previous statement. But you must know that I hate losing. He adds later with an intense look at her, his hand going to rest on her thigh. His thumbs make circles in a lewd and sensual way, sending shivers through her spine, remembering when he went down on her. She gulps in both apprehension and excitement. Mary Jane POV. I release a sigh while entering my room and locking the door for some privacy. Hector left me at home safe and sound. I walk to the bed and let the situation sink in. I sucked a cock. I murmur while running my hands through my hair. It's messy, I need to comb it before sleeping. Even tired, I move to my dressing table and start combing it. The events of the night came back to my mind. I gave head. I say again. Mary Jane, you're not like that. I say to my reflection in the mirror, you are too easy this night. But I blame Hector. I sigh again. I can't blame anyone but myself to get carried away by the mood. But damn if wasn't good getting carried away. Hector also summarized the situation pretty well. I wouldn't have done that if I didn't trust him. He will not be bragging about it tomorrow to everyone at school. He saw everything. I saw it too. Damn, so it's true what they say about tall and skinny. I mean, he is not skinny anymore. I finish combing my hair and decide to take a quick shower. Ugh, I should have gone take a shower before combing my hair. My thoughts are all jumbled. Ugh. Whatever, just need to be careful to not wet my hair. After the 5-minute long bath, to just feel the water around my body to cool me down, I go to bed in my sleepwear. As usual, I take my phone to navigate a little on the internet and social media. Hector said that it's not good to use the smartphone before sleeping, but whatever. But I can't take the events of the night off my head. I can still vividly feel everything. His hand running through my body, groping everything, his mouth in mine. On my neck, on my ear. He is good. I need to give the guy. I can still almost feel his thing in my mouth and hands. This makes me curious. I, without thinking much, write in the search bar of my phone, average penis measurement. I pause. Look at the shit that I'm searching for. Whatever, I'm curious now. 5.16 inches? Isn't this a little small? Men, sobs. I say out aloud before shooting myself out the bed to grab a ruler in my drawer. Holding the ruler, I remember the feeling of Hector's penis in my hands, comparing a little above average my ass. I tried to simulate, comparing with my hands to see his measurement. 9 inches? Almost 10. Now I'm not sure. It was dark. Well, this would destroy me. Oh, there's an interactive map to see by country the medium size. I notice and throw myself in the bed. So it's not a lie about Asians? The United States is in the international medium line. A bunch of African countries are high on the list. So that it's not a lie either. But even there, the medium there doesn't reach 9. The guy is an anomaly. Hey, Hector is half Brazilian. They're bigger than here. Should be that. The biggest media is Ecuador? South America? Is the BBC stereotype a lie? But the other countries in South America don't maintain that level. I pause again. And throw my phone on the bed. What the heck I'm doing? Look what I'm looking in the internet. I stay seated for a while before grabbing my phone again. I can't sleep. Tonight was too much excitement. I start taking some selfies just to pass the time. I like to take pictures. Doing some silly poses and faces, trying different angles. At some point, while I'm laying with my belly and chin resting in the bed, I took a picture from my front that shows a hint of my ass. I pause. He likes my ass. I noticed that. He gave a lot of attention to it. I raise my backside a little so that even with the photo being taken from the front is possible to see it. I imagine him behind me, holding my waist in this position, lining his face. Stop it. I shake my head. I look at the selfie. Should I send it to him? I ask myself, even clicking on the button to choose him on my contact list. Then I sit up straight like a ramrod. Arg. What is happening to me? I'm not like that. I groan in frustration. That guy put me under some spell. I got on his rhythm too easily. I feel like I want to please him. Gulp in the room. If Sally hadn't interrupted, I would let him. We would have done. Not only that, but in the car too. If I was using a skirt instead of pants, maybe? Just putting the panties to the side and... Wait, will it happen? With him? He is the best option, right? Sincerely, I want my first time to be with him. But wait, what are we again? Next Monday in school, how should I act? Like nothing happened? Are we together? More than friends? Less than dating? How should I act? What if I act wrongly and he thinks that I'm clingy? But if I act dismissive, he will think that I'm uninterested. But am I? It's not like I have feelings for him or anything. He is nice, funny, handsome, hot. Very hot. Can keep a conversation, smart, mature, responsible. I sit straight on the bed again. Damn, I like him. Third person, POV. Hector arrives home with his own dilemma in mind. Parking his car in his garage, he sighs while resting his forehead on the wheel. What I'm doing? This was not the plan. His overthinker mind already conjured a lot of foreseeable futures and consequences to what happened today. And for the most part, there will be heartbreak. Do I like Mary Jane? Can I make her the wife of Hector? Maybe I can help with her modeling career through Edna. Can I make her give up on acting? There are instances of Mary Janes that worked in other jobs in the multiverse. He mumbles to himself while crossing the door. Normally, nothing would have happened today. He is not the type of guy to seek some casual fun. He would have already done that if it was the case. With his looks. Heck, doesn't even need to be he looks. He can transform into Bruce Wayne or any other summon and get some girls in a nightclub if all he wants is to bust a nut. But he never felt compelled or tempted to do so, even if he is still a hormonal teenager. Taking some no-name girl to fuck and never see her anymore. Sounds good? No strings attached, just some fun. But to him, sounds wrong. Like is a waste. Is this some result of my main character syndrome? He asks himself. No-name side characters has no appeal to him, but for some reason known characters had. He thinks that he still can't separate fiction from reality completely. Maybe these characters/people are really more special. He still needs to meet a normal teenager more beautiful or hot than MJ or any ex-girl. This world has its cast of people of interest. And obviously, these people are much more interesting than any other. Even that Karen Page woman from Daredevil is much more beautiful than any actress out there without a name. He sighs again, finally inside his home. He is revising his attitude. It's much easier to say that you will not treat this world like a game or something similar, but coming from a world where this was fiction, a person can't help it. Is this the issue with Superboy Prime? I need to be careful to not become super disconnected from reality. He finally arrives in the living room. If Hector was not so deep in thought, he would have noticed that he was not alone. Look what we have here. Shago's voice is heard from behind a chair that slowly rotates to face Hector. The lights turn on. Cathal is on her lap. If Hector paid attention, he would notice the signals. *Mio *, run master. Run. Cathal tries to warn, but Shago holds his muzzle shut. Shago. Still wake. He asks casually, and you're here? Normally she would be in her own home. She caresses Cathal's fur slowly, her legs are crossed and she stares at him with a face like a mask. Just waiting for you. Is that so? Thank you, I guess. He says, feeling awkward. Her eyes narrow to slits. You're in a bad mood. He figures it out. Did something happen? Something happened? Nothing much, nothing much. She slowly stands up, Cathal pulling from her lap. I was just thinking with myself a little. She said casually while approaching him. Standing up is revealed that she is in casual and comfortable clothes to sleep in. It couldn't look like that, but even I have things to think about. She rolls her fingers around a lock of her hair while she walks to him. Hector is starting to notice that things look bad to him for some reason. Why is that? He bites, even if his instinct tells him that is a trap. Well. She trails off. I need to ask you. Suddenly she acts aggressively, grabbing his collar and pulling his face closer. Do you think I'm your pet? She asks through gritted teeth. Hector's mouth is agape now. Excuse me? She pushes him on the couch and straddles him. Not in any sexual way. Shago is angry and she is showing that. Hector let her do that. Don't think that is needed to antagonize her before he understood everything completely. Now, looking down into his eyes, her hand still around his collar, she talks again. Do you think I'm your obedient pet that you can keep at home while you go out and has some fun with some slut? Huh. Her eyes are wide while she conveys how pissed she is. Hector's eyes widen slowly. Am I that worthless in your eyes? You think that you can put me aside and then come to play with me when you have time? Her nostril flares. Shago. Don't Shago me. She interrupts. I'm here, you know? Aren't you seeing me? I can smell what you have been doing tonight. Are you taking me for fucking granted, Hector? She says with her eyes burning. Well, what can Hector say now? He didn't move. He considers his next words carefully before opening his mouth. Silence is his ally. He tries to gain some semblance of control by correcting his posture. Right now, Shago is above him. This shows the power dynamic of the situation. But Shago knows him very well. She glares at him and doesn't let him move an inch, still pinning him down on the couch. Shago. He starts slowly, again trying to sit straight, but Shago doesn't let him. He sighs. Let me talk. She stares at him. Go on. Hector sighs to gain time. He thought about what to say. All his charisma stats working overload. In the end, he decided to be truthful. Shago. First of all, I never thought about you being something less. I'm sorry that I gave this impression. But is the exact opposite. Believe in me. He looks into her eyes and starts talking. Yes, I went out tonight. And the unexpected happened and things got a little heated with a friend in a bottle game. I went to the third base? I don't know, I'm not familiar with these slangs. Just so you know that I didn't go all the way. You know me. I do not do that lightly. He argues. She continues to keep her silence. Maybe she learned from him. But Hector noticed that her gaze softened a little after knowing that he didn't fucked anyone. The girl is nice, a friend, she is not any slut. But in the dash, Shago interrupts him. Is she a redhead? He pauses. What the heck? Did she still has issues with Kim possible? He thinks, answer. Is she a redhead? She asks slowly, yes. He says and feels the grip on his shoulder tighten. You said that you would let me finish. He says reproachfully. She pauses, continue. As I was saying, she is not a random person, but I let things develop and have a little fun because she is not that important to me, not as important to me as you. He corrects himself. He is founding himself caring about Mary Jane even if he said that would keep some distance. Shago, you know my personality. The always cautious Hector. He gives her a look. The more important someone is to me, the more I will be careful to do things perfectly, to make things right. He notices her relaxing a little. He shifts his posture, sitting a little more straight. You have no idea how important you're to me, Shago. Never think otherwise. Never. He continues, he sighs, and now Shago grips on him relaxed visibly. Instead of pinning him down, she is simply above him now. You know and understand our circumstances, the way I brought you here, my power. She nods. I'm still worried about the effects of my power on you and your free will, Shago. He confesses. I like you. This much is obvious. He confesses, watching her melt a little. Now she is practically sitting on his lap, straddling him instead of putting him in submission. This relationship of ours, I don't want to rush it. I was ready to wait. Take things slowly and see how your feelings would develop. If you would be mad by the influence of my power. If you would think that these feelings are fabricated, false. Hector sighs again. It's complicated. I really care about you, Shago. He says, involving her waist with his hands. Now that I said that and you called me out on my actions, I can be more proactive with you. He says with a smile. Their faces are now close. She is straddling him. If this started looking like she was ready to kill him, now it looks like two lovers ready for a lovemaking session. They stare at each other's eyes for some time. The mood is favorable for a kiss, Hector thought. Till Shago uses a great show of acrobatic to throw herself back and do a backflip off his lap. She stands up away from his reach. Don't think about it, mister. She says, wiggling her finger to him after standing up. If you think you can hug me smelling like some red vixen, you're very wrong. She drawls, no green booty to you tonight. Her words surprise him. She is giving a step back when she clearly wants this a lot. But Hector chuckles after that. Fair enough. He laughs. She looks at him. He doesn't plan to say anything more. Everything that need to be said, he said. I accept your reasoning, Hector. She finally talks. I appreciate it even. She looks away for a second. But don't think I have some bad feeling about you or your power. It gave me opportunities. It was my choice coming here. Don't feel bad about it. She says, maybe trying to console him. Maybe my power influenced you in saying that. He says in a low voice, Arg. If we start to think about it, we'll have no end. I prefer to just enjoy the advantages. She groans, then she looks at him straight in the eye. I like you too, Hector. She declares proudly, what are you gonna do about it? Fabricated or not, I like you. Man up and take responsibility. Hector's mouth would be agape again if he has less self-control. He pauses and sighs, I just want to not go down a path that you could have regret in the future. Leave the options open. He comments, and what? What do you mean about that? She asks with a raise in her voice, you would be happy if I went to another man? That's it? Are you comfortable with that? She asks a little upset. But this was not even close to the transformation that occurs in Hector's eyes when she said those words. Shago in the past saw him angry with his revenge, saw him disgusted with his uncle, but now was subtle, but she could swear that time froze and light from the surroundings was sucked into his eyes. His eyes became dead serious, his face a cold, emotionless mask. All of this happened in less than a second but appeared to last much longer. Hector closes his eyes to keep his composure. No, I don't think I would like that, he says finally with his eyes still closed. I'm really a piece of shit hypocrite, he comments, more to himself. He opens his eyes to look at Shago again. We have a lot to discuss, Shago. He smiles at her comforting, our situation is unique to say the least. Let's advance carefully, but be aware that I listen to your words. So, he stands up and smiles at her, let's go on a date. He says. He didn't plan to act like a dense Isekai protagonist, even if it's convenient sometimes. A date? She asks unsure, but starting to liking the idea when she thinks about it. Shago doesn't maintain any contact with Hector. Going on a date looks like a good idea. It's a progress. He nods at her. No need to be static anymore. But no need to rush things either. Okay, I like that. She smiles then abruptly turns her face around in a change of mood. I will give you the honor to be bestowed with my presence on a date. She says with her nose high in the air, acting cocky. Trying to still put the act that she is mad at him and he needs to conquer her. She wants to be chased a little too. He chuckles at her antics. She is back to normal. It was a success. He grabs her hand and with a flourish kisses her knuckles while bowing, will be my pleasure. He plays along. All right, I expect something good. Impress me, she says before starting to walk away, climbing the stairs to use a door gate to her penthouse. But she stops at the top of the stairs and turns to look at him. Hector, look what I can do. She starts to give little jumps with the ball of her feet. A distinct sound could be heard by him with each small jump. Pa, his eyes widen, his blood freeze before overheating. She is clapping without hands. Too bad you went to some red vixen. She sighs with exaggerated regret and starts to walk away. Hector is still frozen in place. Top you the last nail in the coffin. She gives her own ass a slap that makes everything jiggle like jello. No green booty tonight, she says before disappearing on the second floor. For several seconds Hector stays there, without moving a muscle, before disappearing in thin air. Seconds later he returns breathing hard and dripping wet in cold water. He just went to scream in the Arctic and take a dive to cool off. Huff he releases the hot air with some drops of water, running his hand through his sopping wet hair, combing it to behind. Meow dash, don't, he raises a finger, don't even start. Helena POV, you really confronted him? I asked Shago's hologram while I lay down in my bed. Yep. She says a little proud of herself, sometimes you need to grab the bull by the horns and ride it. I roll my eyes at her but do not comment. I can tell that she is all giddy right now. So it's really happening, huh? I asked to her and to myself too, the inevitable. How you guys will approach this? He is right in this being a very special circumstance. He said that he wanted to be careful. You know him. Take it slow, but I can't delay. There are too many flies around him. I need to consolidate myself already. Are you really serious about that thing of first mistress? You're crazy. I ask a little incredulous. Girl, look at me. She stops and deadpans. I'm dead serious. I will be the first to admit that I'm not a wife material or anything like that. If I give an inch, some annoying nurturing soft voice MILF will ensnare that bastard with an Oedipus complex. I'm starting to believe that she is a little insane. But it makes sense, a little I think. There's order in all the chaos that is her thoughts. I shake my head. Are you really okay with this? Sharing Finji? I ask curious. What can I do? I mean, I'm surprisingly accepting this too. My world has some dictators with harems with hundreds of women in their harem palace or whatever. Even here, some countries allow men to have 4 wives. She says she really appears to don't care. Would be good to have him all to myself, but maybe this would be exhausting. Do you know that some couples lived in different houses and their marriages go well? Maybe a little distance can make things fresh. I don't know, I think this could work. She contemplates, pausing a little before continuing. I mean, the guy can multiplicate himself. Hell, he can go to other universes. Will not take long till he starts traveling through time. I hate time travel. But if the guy wants to cheat, he will cheat. It's better to be upfront. I look at her. People will judge. I say the obvious just because it needed to be said. None of them care about other people. If you guys want to go public and have a proper relationship. As expected, she scoffs. Who cares? There are women out there that cope with their cheating husbands because they're rich. No one can judge me or him, true, and it's better to keep discreet for now. In truth, people will be jealous. In many ways, they will talk and try to spoil our happiness. Then she rolls her eyes. If I bet them, they sisters, wives, mothers, and daughters would fall to their knees if Hector pull his dick out. And they will have the audacity about talking of our relationship. I can only laugh at her crass words. Do you guys talked about this? I asked. No. He said that there's much to talk about. It will be better to solve this early, right? She asks. Yeah, can be a problem if you two are not on the same wavelength. I say, Siko likes him. I comment. Yeah, better keep it at home, huh? Cassandra doesn't understand now, but in some years her crush will develop too. I bet on it. She puts on a pensive expression. And then she looks at me strangely. I bet will happen with many of the people that he will bring. Long exposure at Hector can be dangerous. She comments. Her gaze makes me a little uncomfortable. Asterisk ahem asterisk. And the first date, what's the plan? We'll take it slow. I say to change the subject, as if. We are gonna fuck immediately. She says suddenly, I waited long enough. Maybe would be better to take it slow. I comment, no need to play games. She answers fast, our situation is strange? Complicated? But this makes things better too in some ways. Hector's pessimistic mind can't comprehend that. We are bound to life. We already know each other deeply. No need for masks, for pretenses. He knows and accepts the worst of me. We skipped many levels. We could marry tomorrow. Well, her words make sense. No need to spend months knowing the person better. Hector rarely keeps secrets. He is not fake. He also knows our flaws and everything. The level of intimacy that exists in our relationship is off the charts from the start. Because of the nature of his power. Well, good luck with that, sis. I say, trying to keep the cheer in my voice. I'm tired. Thanks. I'm going now. Call just to update you. Bye. She says before turning off the call. What is this strange feeling? Is jealousy? No. Maybe it's like the feeling when a couple is born from a trio of friends. The third friend becomes the third wheel. I'm feeling like I'm being left behind. I shake my head again. What am I? A high schooler? So childish, Helena. Let's sleep. I bet this feeling will go away with time. Jean Grey POV X Mansion, Saturday morning, the next day, good morning. I say casually to the Eidolon sitting on the couch in the living room. Good morning. He answers with a smile on his eyes, then he goes back to listen to whatever Kitty is telling him. The two surprisingly hit off. This is the second day of rogue training with Eidolon. It appears that the danger room will be used by the other X-Men group. I say to him, no problem, we can go outside. He answers, even if he is giving instructions to Rogue, I and some others like to watch. Where's Rogue? Kitty asks. She will be here in no time, she just ended her bath. Eidolon answers casually. You can hear people in the bath? Creep. Kitty comments, I can hear the water, it's not like I put the conscious effort of hearing your hands moving through your skin with the soap. He teases her by being very descriptive, arg. I'm having goosebumps. She starts scratching herself at the creepy thought. But it's just a good-naturedly banter between the two. As X-Men, we need to get used that privacy is relative. You know that Logan can smell what you eat, right? And what leaves your body too. He continues, yikes. Stop. Kitty is dying from cringe right now. At this moment, Ileana appears in the room. Good morning. She mutters in a sleepy voice. It looks like she just got out of bed. Still using her sleep clothes, a horrible case of bed hair, rubbing her eyes. Good morning, we answer. But is when she hears Eidolon's voice. That she pauses and looks up slowly. Ah. Then she releases a short scream and disappears in a blue flashlight. Rude. Eidolon comments in amusement, am I that ugly? Heh, Kitty smiles like the Cheshire Cat. Someone has a crush, she hums. Poor Ileana will receive a lot of teasing from now on. Yep, I noticed that too. And makes sense. The girl was developing a hero worship since her rescue from Limbo. Well, there are worse people to have childhood crushes. Eidolon laughs calmly. It's just a phase. She will outgrow it. Who never has some celebrity crush? He says without taking this seriously. Try to not break her little heart, big boy. Kitty says with a punch on his stomach. He didn't even budge. I will try not to disappoint her and be a good role model. It's all he says. So serious. Is impossible to tease you? Kitty huffs. True, he is unflippable. But that is good, for everyone. And makes him very approachable. He rarely took offense at anything, making it easy to talk. He laughs hard but possible. Believe in me. You just need to use the right tools. He says with a distant look, like he is remembering something. Oh, and your love life, Eidolon? How it goes? Still boring? Kitty asks with a lot of intimacy. She already knows that she can talk with him like that. Complicated. He answers slowly now this. Kitty's eyes even start shining. Complicated means interesting. Now tell me, what afflicts your heroic heart, my dear? She asks like a therapist. She probably is half curious, she likes to gossip. And half asking for Rogue's sake. Eidolon pauses. Is he really gonna answer that? He really is chill? The truth is... He pauses. Kitty leans forward. There are a lot of girls surrounding me. He shakes his head in pain. Only now you noticed? Kitty throws herself back with a shout. So what is really the problem here, Chad? She acts annoyed. He chuckles. Hear me out first. There's some girls around me that have some feelings for me. No shit, Sherlock. The thing is, for the most part, is simply some infatuation. But some are very serious. And I have been confronted about it recently. He says, someone put your back in the wall and made you choose? Kitty guesses more or less. Sincerely, I don't think I would be a very good boyfriend. All these responsibilities. It's not easy to be in a relationship with me. No normal woman can do that. I predict heartbreak if I start relationships casually. I can understand that. Jean says, like that, think of living super long? Kitty asks, this is a reason too. He shrugs. The crux of the question, is that was a happy letting things stay platonic for a while. If the person can wait, excellent. If not, that means that she failed the first test? I'm a special case, right? I can maybe stay away for months in another galaxy. It's not easy. He says with a sigh, relationships are not to me. Almost a sacrifice. Everything becomes hard and complicated. This will be no different. So you can't choose? Dude, you're suffering from success. Kitty exclaims. She is acting lighthearted, but she understood his worries. Yep, it's really complicated. Bingus. Narrow the options too much from the dating perspective. And if a normal relationship is full of ups and downs, it's possible to imagine the problems of a super relationship. So, any counsel, love guru? Eidolon asks with mirth in his voice to Kitty. She pauses and crosses her arms, closing her eyes and frowns, thinking hard before reaching a conclusion. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she looks into his eyes. Follow your heart, she says seriously. Eidolon is holding his laugh, Kitty too. Rogue appears at this moment and gave the strange situation a look. What did I miss? She asks slowly, confused. I will tell you later. Kitty answers. Then, it's happening, guys. It's happening. Like our MC, I want to take this whole relationship thing slowly and with care. This chapter is to give depth to this. I really don't want to be so easy to our boy to make a harem in the modern world. Recently, I was reading about this new phase of the X-Men, and was implied that Jean, Scoot, and Logan, maybe Emma too, are in a relationship. So maybe non-monogamic relationships are more acceptable than I thought. Even without much action, I hope you guys like the interactions between the characters. It's a thing that I treat with care. Be realistic in your reactions. To them not be mindless NPCs. This chapter should have more scenes. With Black Cat and all, but I ended up losing myself writing the dynamic with Mary Jane. I want to consolidate the girl as the normal pillar of the life of our MC. How long the normal, and even the pillar part will exist is to debate. Not even Hector knows how this relationship will end. And this doesn't keep things interesting? Recently, MJ in the comics is in a horrible light. I'm trying to make her more likable and relatable, even if I know that a good part of you guys don't like her. I hope I can make her claim a small part of your hearts like she claimed from Hector. Anyway, very light-hearted chapter as the calm before the storm. Bye, stay good y'all. A lucky man disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. They accused me of hating women. To prove them wrong, I have a ton of wives nows. Hector in the future. Little author note, ahoy. Sorry for not having a chapter last week, I was not in the mood. And this chapter should be a light-hearted one. Thank you for the good wishes by the way. R.I.P. Real Life Cathalhu. By the way, there's an important note on the end of this chapter. Please read. Enjoy. Recap. In the last chapter, the unexpected happens and Hector enjoys some quality time with Mary Jane, turning things complicated in his mind. Shago confronts him on his bias and he decides that feigning ignorance and acting oblivious. Even without making sure where this decision will take him, he decides to take a step forward. Eidolon PV. It's good to see that even without my influence you have a basic grasp of your aura now, Rogue. I say to the goth meta that just finished showing that she can use Nin's basis forms and maintain them for a reasonable time. Right now, I'm in a secluded part of the garden of the X-Mansion. This place is really big. Xavier's parents are stacked. Aurora's glass house is near us, where she keeps her plants. Apparently is her hobby. The glass house is big too. I remember something about her being claustrophobic. Maybe is because of that. A small part of my brain already registered this information to use against her if we fight, like giving her hallucinations that she is trapped or something like that. I can probably make something like the fear toxin from the Scarecrow DC, from what I got from the Green Goblin here. Most of his pumpkin bombs are plasma, but there are other crazy things too. I shake my head to dispel the thoughts. Rogue's voice attracts my attention again too. I can keep it for like half an hour, she says while keeping her Ren. Some other people are watching, like Jean, Kitty, and Ileana after she tidies herself and puts on some nice clothes, eyeing me to see what I would think of her. Heh, it's cute that she has a crush on me, but no. The omnidimensional FBI is too powerful even for me. Well, long life is a thing. In 10 years we see how this plays out. When Kitty teased her. Previously, I commented that in some years I could accept her as my sidekick and it's not even a bad idea. I said that if she wants it, in 4 years, when Shadow becomes more independent, Ileana can be the next. I even said that I will train, or find someone to train, her in swordsmanship for now. Changing the subject. 10 years, I can't even imagine what I will be in 10 years. 10 years is so long. That's acceptable progress. But keep in mind nowhere enough to use in a fight. I say to Rogue, but I feel much stronger like that. She says unsure, feeling the power that the Rin gives to her body. I go on to explain the reason. Just because you can keep this state of flaring your aura to increase your strength right now, in a controlled environment, calm. That doesn't mean that you can keep it in the heat of the battle. Oh. Can a normal person read a book while skydiving? Or solve a Rubik's Cube? Even if you can, your level of concentration will absolutely drop and you will do it badly. You can totally waste your aura if you don't keep your composure. I continue, imagine that if you can keep your aura now for 30 minutes, in a battle you probably can only keep this state for 3 minutes. That makes sense. Jean comments while thinking about her fights probably. Using her power needs concentration, things that you can do easily on a normal day. During a fight she needs to put her fingers on her temple and close her eyes to concentrate. But we spar and all. Kitty adds, a spar is too tame. Ileana comments offhandedly, true. I agree, a life and death situation is on a whole other level. Sparring can only go that far. You need to acquire experience in real-life situations. With time, your mental strength will be honed, your willpower will increase, and your concentration and decision-making skills will improve too. Even I'm not an exception to this. I remember my first real battles in the BNHA/MHA world. A little clumsy. I thought I would do better. But I caught it easily, probably thanks to the assimilation of the many battle-hardened warriors. But assimilation can only help this much. Only by doing myself can I truly use my card's full potential. Experiencing firsthand these things is priceless. I will teach you now the advanced forms of using aura while giving an example of what we are talking about. I say, keep you Ren. I say before producing 2 wooden katanas from my wrists, the power I shared with Siko. I raise one of the 2 katanas and move my arm casually to hit Rogue with it. The wooden katana is destroyed to splinters when makes contact with Rogue's body. She didn't even flinch. Nothing new, right? Flaring your aura increases your defense greatly. If you're good enough, you can pulverize bullets when they reach you with your aura alone. Now, I continue before raising the other wooden katana and repeating the movement exactly. Tijigak. When the katana makes contact with Rogue's stomach, her eyes widen in surprise when it bypasses her defenses. She doubles over like a shrimp and falls on her knees while clutching her stomach. Spit and some other things leave her mouth. I look down on her without pity. Why did you undo your Ren after I hit you? Lost concentration with a simple attack? Just because of some pain? Then I hope that you're aware that you would be dead by now, if this was a real battle. I say, and she looks up to me. I continue, you can't become weaker when you find yourself at a disadvantage. That is the moment that you need to become stronger to turn the tides. After my scolding I say more softly, but these are things that you acquire with time and experience. Kitty goes to help Rogue. Are you okay? She asks, only a little put off by the treatment. When I started this I warned them that I will not coddle her. She chooses to go forward with the training. Now, can you tell me the difference between the two attacks? I ask casually while spinning the bokken in my hand. Rogue is still wheezing a little from the blow. You used more strength? Kitty tries to guess. No. The sword is coated in aura. Ileana answers. Bingo. I point the sword to her and nod my head. Aura is very, very versatile. You can coat objects with it, strengthen them, and even give them certain properties like sharpness. Watch it. I use my telekinesis to pull a thick log from far away. Putting it vertically on the ground, I make a casual IAI stance and cut the log with the wooden katana. My hand blurs and the log is cut diagonally, the upper part slowly sliding off. Wow. Kitty and everyone's eyes widen. Look how smooth you cut it. She says, approaching and feeling the surface. If you are good enough, you can use it with anything. I pull a sheet of paper from my inventory. I shake it a little to show that is a normal soft paper. Putting my aura on it, the thing becomes hard and I throw it at the log. The sheet of paper buries itself halfway through, then it softens when my aura wears off. That was cool. Kitty comments, going to check on the completely normal paper. But I hadn't seen the aura around the sword? Rogue comments while adjusting herself and rubbing her stomach. So you let your guard down thinking that would not hurt you, huh? I ask the obvious. Never let your guard down. Never. When I tank bullets using my body, or any other attack really, I always check first if there's something hidden. Acting tough and invincible to demoralize the enemy is a good tactic, but I can't go embarrassing myself being caught lacking. I advise. After waiting for my words to sink in, I continue. To hit you, I use 2 advanced forms of aura. These advanced ways of using aura are all branches of the basics. Now that you know the basics, you can learn them. After this, I explain almost everything. Talk about the difference between cutting the aura completely to hide the presence with Zetsu from using in. The disadvantages and advantages. About controlling the aura around different parts of the body. Not only strengthening the flesh, but it can also strengthen the capabilities of that body part, especially your senses. Concentrating the aura in your eyes to do the gyo not only allows you to see hidden auras but gives you 20/20 vision. I say, if you're really, really good, you can even increase the function of some organs, like helping with digestion if you put aura in your stomach, useful to deal with poison and other toxins. And a more dangerous way is improving brain functions. Too risky, don't try it. Even if not popular, Killua did it with electricity, increasing his reflexes and reaction time. I talked that is possible to transform aura, but didn't dove deep into it because I did the test with Rogue and she is an emitter. Aura is really versatile. It's better to be lax on this and let her find her own path. Talked about N and aura perception too. So you can use aura to sense the surroundings, has a power-up, hide your presence, create things, shoot energy beams, increase your bodily functions. Kitty starts saying the full list. This shit is too versatile. Now I'm jealous. She sighs. Truly, I'm surprised that you're okay with disclosing information about a power of yours like that. Jean comments. She is used to me giving one-word answers when asked about any power that truly matters. You already know me very well. I chuckle, but I have my reasons. Aura is good and all, but is not that easy to acquire and train. Rogue is a special case. And in some years I will disclose Nin to the world anyway, so there's no problem teaching Rogue now. A part of me doesn't want to give the world these things. But the benefits outweigh the risks. First, would be nice to my race has something extra to improve themselves. I can envision something like space marines that can use Nin conquering the galaxy in the future. Imagine knowing Nin being a requisite to being the elite of humanity. The birth of powers can be troublesome, but that means that I will have more options to copy too. And even if some bullshit thing like Nanika appears, I will probably have some sort of hacks defense, power or perk at that point. And I also can easily monitor the world. The thing is about disclosing things to the world. I will eventually need to do that. Does the essence give subordinates? Yes, but is quality over quantity? Let's say that I found a nation. Even if the core functions be filled with my summons, I will need to rely on people that are not summons, hence people that are not 100% loyal. It's inevitable. I can't be that much of an isolationist. How long will it take to have an army of 1 million soldiers relying on gacha? Well, there's still the clones and the Terminators option. But even that is not optimal. And ignoring the military prospects. Let's talk about myself founding a company. The dream would be for every worker, from the CEO to the janitor, to be 100% loyal. Maybe robots, maybe clones. But would be a fucking hassle. Making fake documents and everything. Long things short, I will have subordinates that are not conveniently 100% loyal like everyone else. And like everyone else, I will need to take risks in trusting them and keep an eye on them. Well, will not be hard. I'm surprisingly good at inspiring loyalty apparently. And even if I give the world this now, probably people wouldn't use it. I comment about the other reason. I bet that if suddenly a way to get powers appear, everyone would try. Kitty comments, everyone would try. I agree with her, and 80% would give up on the first day after not acquiring it easily. I continue, people can be very lazy. Awakening aura is not an easy feat, require months of meditation. And training it to the point of becoming useful requires even more effort. Normal people would give up halfway and choose an easy option like a serum. If everything goes well, in the future the super soldier serum will not be something that rare. Everyone will have it, so many would prefer to not train aura and focus on other things. And that's where the military with aura enters. Martial arts are there for everyone. It's great even if you don't like to fight. And everyone trains? Or do sports? In the end, Nen will not be widespread even if I reveal it today. At some point, Jean pauses and after some seconds she turns to me. The professor wants to talk with you for a bit, Idolin. She conveys the message. Am I being called to the principal's office? I swear I did nothing. I say to laughs, I swear I didn't snitch on you. Kitty raises her hands in innocence, entering on the joke. I laugh, she is nice. It's always good to have someone with this kind of energy around. Shago is like that, but more acid and caustic. You would be easily offended by her if you're a snowflake. I then teleport to where I'm feeling the baldhead's presence. He is at the back door of the mansion, above some steps waiting for me. Bro by his side. Idolin, walk with me a little? He says, turning around in his electric chair to enter the mansion. I raise my eyebrow at him, bad choice of words. The intrusive thoughts won and I can't help but joke. Maybe the light mood with the girls still lingers on me, but I also want to gauge his personality. Aurora gives me a glare without any heat, and Xavier just laughs good-naturedly. Well, you're the one walking, so my choice of words is not totally wrong. He says with mirth in his voice, do you want me to cure you? I ask suddenly. I can obviously. Xavier being in a wheelchair is one of these things that always happen, almost a constant in this crazy multiverse. Like the death of Uncle Ben. A canon event that jumpstarts other events because of the great impact on the character. Like Stark being attacked by terrorists, Superman landing in the Kent farm, Bruce Wayne's parents. You know the drill. Obviously, there are exceptions. What if scenarios of these stories? But the normal and constant that happens in the great majority of the multiverse was the main canon origin story. I'm genuinely curious to see if something happens if I change these unique canon traits of someone. I'm already doing this with Deadpool, just waiting to see if destiny comes to mess with things again. Who knows? Maybe turn him into a rotten potato again by some accident, and now doing it even worse so that I can't cure him that easily. Let's be real, what's the reason for Xavier being confined in a wheelchair with the technology present in this world? Or Barbara Gordon when she became the Oracle? None beyond a plot convenience. There's a metas that could have cured him easily, like Elixir for example. HM? I pause in my mind. From where the term canon event came from. And my spider sense is buzzing lightly. I look around, checking everything. I do not feel like there's some danger to me or anyone around. This time it's different. A little similar to when I first met Peter, and I need to suppress and hide it, but at the same time different. Like I'm hearing some radio without a signal at a distance. The buzz stop. Some malfunction on my power? It happens with Peter a lot. Unknown space and time. Brothers and sisters. It's due time. Let's start our hunt for the spider totems. A man with a vampire-like feature shouts to his group in a creepy room while raising his arm high in the air. In his hand, a different but still possible to recognize Spider-Man mask. All bloodied and torn. Back to Eidolon, I keep my senses high alert while walking with the duo. But nothing happens. What this can be? There are some theories in my mind. Maybe I'm awakening some sort of cosmic sense, or magic sense because I'm learning magic now. Maybe someone or something is trying to communicate with me, but can't reach to me completely. That's not the first time something like this happened. I have many esoteric powers like the Force and others. Many sixth senses. It's hard to pinpoint what I'm feeling/hearing sometimes. A normal human shouldn't have this many senses anyway. Whatever. This is one of those things that you can't do anything about it, only prepare for the worst. The worst case is some sort of great power trying to reach out to me for some reason. To do something for them because they can't come to this plane or something. I think Invincible traveled through time when something like this happens to him. Back to the now, because I thought about all that in a second. Xavier takes a long pause to think about what I said to him. This is very sudden. I'm like this for so long that I'm surprised that I find myself weirded out by the concept of walking again. He comments softly, change is always strange initially. The hardest part is the beginning. I say, you will probably get used to walking in no time. It's our natural state after all. This process can't be that easy. Almost 2 decades without moving his legs. Aurora comments on her worries at the side. Everything has a way. It's very easy to correct the atrophied muscles too. I shrug. In the end, it's your choice. Do what you feel comfortable doing. If you don't trust me, or already made peace with your situation, or whatever other reason, the offer will stand, no need to answer now. I say nonchalantly, maybe the guy likes to be like that to instill pity in others, maybe the event has a deep meaning to him. Some people like to keep some scars. It's only a more extreme example. He nods silently at my words. I change the subject, or better, go back to the initial subject, so, what do you want to talk with me? I talked with Eric. He starts. Oh, I don't say anything and wait for him to continue. He is agreeable to meet and talk with you. He says, that's good. I comment looking ahead while we walk through the halls of the mansion. I took the liberty of arranging this meeting here as you talked before. No problem. You can participate too, by the way. If I didn't myself clear, I do not only want to talk with Magneto alone. I clarify. He nods and I continue. This will be an important moment, you know? Our 3 groups are the ones with the meta interest in mind. We have different perspectives, so I just want a little ideals exchange. I say slowly. That's not all, obviously. I have other reasons for entering into contact with the Brotherhood on my own terms. But I have no bad intent if they don't mess with me. I believe that contact between our 3 groups could be very beneficial. Especially if my group acts like a neutral party to mediate between the X-Men and the Brotherhood. I believe that fewer fights are for the better, right? I say to them. I also believe in that. But Eric can be unreasonable in some things. He says slowly, I imagine. Are you afraid of a fight breaking out between us? I hit the nail on the head. Fret not, Professor. I don't plan on beating up a Holocaust survivor. Would be horrible to the PR. I joke, making the 2 chuckle. I really hope that we can de-escalate any heated discussion. I have nothing against him. Just want to share some things and maybe start a small partnership. If our three groups have more contact with each other, less conflict and waste of energy, we can focus on the real issue. I explain, I understand. He says, but he sighs, but knowing Eric, Ha and many of his people too. I have no issues with his group. Control your Wolverine dude. Well, it's better this way than I going on his private asteroid. He can get the wrong message. Misunderstandings, you know? I comment easily before turning to him more seriously, but give him a message if you can. His days of terrorism are over. I say strongly, and my posture and tone of voice change to show how serious I am. I can see the way they are affected by it. I don't care if he wants to save a meta, get revenge, or whatever other scheme he wants to put in place. I will not let him destroy the goodwill that I created. Say to him that the next time that he concocts a plan or does something big, take my existence into account. And be aware that I will answer accordingly. I say with finality, looking down on the professor. The guy has the custom of not caring about innocent lives too much during his fights in the comics. This is not happening on my watch. I'm gonna say goodbye to Rogue and the others. I say, turning around. Another place, when you lay down the net and prepare yourself, you just need to wait for everything fall in place. I comment calmly while looking around the small dark cell. I turn to the other occupant in the room. So, I was hoping for Trask. But being captured by Hydra is good too. I say to Rob Lucci that is sitting on the ground with his back to the wall. Only he can see me, the cameras can't perceive my existence either, and he didn't answer because of the cameras. Like all my summons, Rob Lucci has a job. Taking advantage of his training on being a double agent and everything else, I said to him to live normally but at the same time, slip at some point to attract some people's attention. In this world where everything and everyone is being watched all the time, it's not hard to guess what happens if he reveals his leopard form accidentally in a fight in an alley against some drunks or something like that. I'm really not wrong and don't give chances to people figure out my identity. Well, I have Cortana. Have they treated you well? I ask a little sarcastically, nothing surprising. He answers easily through our telepathic connection. I can see that they using the whole deprivation approach. No food, no sunlight, no notion of time, no human contact. Apparently they want to brainwash you. If they're gonna dissect him, I would have intervened and destroyed this secret facility. I can see a smirk forming on his lips before he suppresses it. I understand. Good luck trying to break a hockey user with these methods. Those guys weaponized willpower, you know? The protections I put on your mind go beyond shielding you from telepaths. Even if they brainwash you, I can easily restore you to your normal self. I say, and sincerely I'm curious if they really can. Can they mess with a summoned mind enough for him to betray me? Attack me? I should have felt bad for letting Lucci go through all that, but he is Rob Lucci. I have seen his past and his mind. This guy is a sadistic psychopath. They took samples. He reports, I know. Relax, that's the reason that I didn't give you any power. Your fruit is not that special. And you know Rokushiki, Hockey and Nin. I say, I used Saimai Kikken to downplay my physical prowess. Good. Saimai Kikken is the body control technique in the One Piece world. How many characters do some strange things non-related to devil fruits, like moving their hair? Rob Lucci's Zoan devil fruit, Rokushiki and the world that he comes from allowed his body to be very, very strong. If I let him, he can massacre everyone in this base. What are the orders? He asks. Well, Hydra is not something that can be destroyed in one day. Your capture allowed me to grab their tail. Just play the good brainwashed puppet to them till I give you further orders. I say I just scratched the surface, but Hydra is fucking everywhere. Everywhere. And they know how to do compartmentalization very well. This little facility and everyone inside is like a lizard tail, can be detached easily, and will not give anything that will affect the rest of the body. The whole takeover of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not even all of the organization. Just bear with it for some time. I bet that you will even enjoy the jobs that they will give you. After this is over, I will let you go rampage on them. I say, making him smile predatorily. This is a good opportunity. Rube Lucci can climb the ranks of Hydra with his abilities. Unfortunately, maybe clones of him will appear, but you gain some, you lose some. Will the clones have the devil fruit weakness? Will even the clone devil fruit work properly? Let's wait and see. It's fun that I considered giving a background to Lucci about him being a mercenary or something like that to make him close to the criminal underworld. Whatever connection with the 10 Rings, Ulysses Clow, Hydra, or any other will be good. Well, I at least economized in a background card. And relax that I will take care of your pigeon. I say before disappearing. Shago POV. I hum to myself while applying some makeup. It's a little tricky because of the ring that changes my skin color to normal. So I don't use a lot, just some eyeshadow and mascara. Black obviously, black goes well with everything. And it's Hector's color too. So I'm leaving the green out of this tonight. Better not try my luck too much by using Lady Jade colors. Green? Only my skin after I take the ring off. And everything else. I stand up to choose my clothes for the night. What to wear, so many options. I go through a lot of them in my closet. Took out some sexy options? No. Too much cleavage. Wow, look at me saying that. I never thought that I would do that, but let's be more well-behaved. It's not a big deal. But I know that Hector would like something that would show less skin. Something more modest. Only for him. Again, it's not a big deal. Here is from Brazil for God's sake. And we're heroes, so he will not care if I use something very sexy. He is not insecure. But don't caring if I do that is different from him liking if I use something only for him. This one. I take the chosen piece. A black dress that leaves a little of my back exposed, a slit on my left leg but only that. The front goes all the way to my neck, the material is thinner on the cleavage, but still hides it, only leaving it 30% transparent. It hugs my body, showing my curves, but not much of skin. I still want to show off my amazing body, after all. Pass the whole, it's only for you message. I put it aside before choosing my real weapons. Hey, if the dress is modest. This absolutely is slutty, I say looking at the lingerie set. Still black, but transparent where it shouldn't be and with some open and convenient spaces. When he sees what is underneath, the blood on his brain will go to his dick. He will return to his base instincts. I put it on and look at the full body mirror. Let's see how you resist this stoic bastard. I admire myself. The black makes a good contrast with my skin. The thin thong waistline going above my hips in AV, the see-through parts on the crotch and breasts. I think the corset is too much. Let's keep it to another day. I finish my preparations. I pose in front of the mirror, my hands on my hips. Shago, you're sexy bitch. Time to grab your man by the balls. It's some minutes early. The right thing to do would expect him to take me, but let's surprise him a little. Going to the portal door on my penthouse, I move to his house. Where is he? I ask Isabella, that is reading something in the living room. She raises her eyes from her holotablet to give me a look, in his room. He arrived 5 minutes ago but will not take long for him to get ready. I didn't wait for her to finish before walking to his room. The guy was really doing another thing on our date night. They can be ready in 5 minutes, lucky fuckers. Unceremoniously I open the door to his room. A big room, a little different from his previous nerdy room. There's a full bookcase, a study table with a computer with 3 monitors, some tech that he was tinkering with, a huge bed. Will happen in this bed? When I enter, I go face to face with Hector. He is just finishing buttoning a long-sleeved dark gray shirt. Tisich, this man doesn't even need to put an effort to look sexy, with these rolled-up sleeves showing his forearm, his unbuttoned chest, and messy hair. Well, lucky me, Shago. He says looking at me, taking a pause. You can always get prettier, huh? You look very good tonight. he says with a smile after admiring me a little. His compliments are always like a statement more than a flattery. So I don't always look good? I ask with a smirk. He rolls his eyes while finishing to put his attire, a black suit and tie. Don't even start. Women. He scoffs lightly. I chuckle. I like to annoy him. He faces the mirror and focuses on his own face. Tell me what you think, he says before his face starts to change. He is not morphing his face like I was thinking he would. He is a cautious man like that. Would be weird, but I can get over that. His face is aging. Some wrinkles and hard lines appear close to his eyes. He stops in middle age, maybe in his 40s. A well-trimmed beard appears, salted with gray. His hair changes. Losing all waves and becoming straight, the hair on the side shortens and he combs the top to behind. Now in my front is a middle-age Hector. Well, men really age like fine wine. You're giving Dilf vibes, I say with a smirk while getting close. He looks like one of those celebs that are 60 years and don't looks like it. Only small hints of aging, but the beard and his eyebrows changed all the look. No one would think that is him. Well, maybe a distant relative. I don't like beards too much, but I can ignore it for tonight. I comment, caressing his face. He chuckles. And what about a respectable mustache? He asks before changing to the big mustache that would not be out of place in someone in the early XX century. No, absolutely not. I say. He laughs and changes back. Looking again at the mirror, he does other changes like the color of his eyes, which becomes stormy gray, and his ears, making them grow just a little. Done, he says, admiring himself. Yep, really good. Much better than him changing his appearance completely. I look like a trophy wife, I say, going to his side to look in the mirror. Like a sugar daddy and his young babe. Not something that I am against. I can be his trophy wife. Heh, if you want I can age you a little too. Jesus, hell no. I like the fact that I will keep this appearance forever. Thank you very much. I refuse and even pass my hand through my body. Them, I love myself. Don't say that. I bet that you would be a very sexy MILF. Even as a GILF. He teases again, pulling me closer by the waist. I like that assertiveness. Can we skip the dinner? The bed is just there. Too bad you will never see that. I bop his nose playfully with my index finger. As if I will let even one wrinkle taint my pretty face. Or a strand of white hair. The horror. Never say never. He smiles mysteriously before separating himself from me. I'm ready, let's go. He opens a portal and offers his arm to me to take. On the other side, we arrive at an empty private parking lot. A single car there. When did you buy a Lamborghini Veneno? I ask, admiring the car. It's my favorite type, and the colors. Green and black. It can't be, right? I built it myself. I'm more of a Bugatti man myself. Just kidding. He laughs to himself. Sometimes he does that. Like he tells a joke he only gets it. It's yours, by the way. I look at him. Seriously? I ask in disbelief, and he tilts his head confused. Why are you surprised? Have you forgotten about the stealth jets, satellites, flying bikes, and other things that I made for you? He asks, genuinely confused. Fair enough. I have an arsenal and a hangar full of these little toys that he made for me. Helena's has too. But I never used them. The opportunity did not present itself. I don't know. This is for Shago and not for Lady Jade. I say. He shrugs. Wanna drive? I took care of the documents. TX, tempting. But these heels are not for driving. I say, give me the full formal date experience. I smile at him. He laughs and goes open the door for me. I put the hand in my mouth and act shocked. Ooh? The advocate of true gender equality, conforming with gender roles in dating and opening the car's door to a woman. Are you finally my simp? He rolls his eyes. You misunderstood. I have no problem in treating a woman like a queen, if she acts like one and treats me accordingly. He says, fair enough. I say, imitating his tone of voice and accepting his gesture by entering the car. He enters afterward and starts the engine. A good sound, I will have fun with it later. Try to not kill anyone with it, he says as if reading my mind. I can't promise anything. Even if I run through someone, he could take care of it anyway. He advances through the traffic fast, doing things that only his super reflexes can do. I don't even care where we are. If I had to guess, I would say in Europe, France, or a country that has a place with French things. You know, normally people start with flowers. I say, caressing the car to signal what I'm talking about. He scoffs. The key word is normal. And this is no big deal. Took a little of time and effort, but it was fun. Like a Lego. So this is why the hangar of the space station is full of vehicles, mechas, and other crazy things? I ask, raising an eyebrow. I think only he has this hobby. Something like that, boys and their toys. I roll my eyes. Third-person POV. Hector drives Shago to a 5-star restaurant. Shago gives him a smug smile, seeing him open the door to her again. He left the car with the valet parking and enters the place. Taking their reserved private booth, they receive the menu and expensive drink from the waiter before he goes away. So, our date will not be traceable? Driving dangerously in an expensive car, going to a famous restaurant? Your paranoid skin must be itching by being observed in such high profile. Shago's teases. He chuckles. All the cameras already have been hacked. There are a program and a widespread virus around the world that makes it impossible to use any facial recognition on Eidolon. I can use telepathy or some Jedi-like trick to get us away with practically anything, and he takes a little device from beneath the table. No one can hear us. You can speak freely, he says, putting it back again. I'm not even surprised at this point, Shago says, shaking her head. She likes to act exasperated by his cautious attitude, but she likes having someone that takes care of everything like Hector. Who doesn't? Makes life so easy. I still almost can't believe that you have a degree in child development. You, a teacher? Hector laughs while pausing his eating. For your information, I'm very good at that. She comments with an amused smirk. Sincerely, I can't take off my head the mental image of you hanging some brat upside down as a teaching method. He jokes, that's absolutely something I would do. We learned that in our second period. She jokes too. Hector remembers that Shago has a soft spot for children and animals, even if she doesn't want to be around children too much. But she really pampers his pets at home, always giving treats to Cathelhu and the others. And what made you abandon your path as an educator? He asks. She huffs. Having an example of what I would have to deal with my childish brothers made me rethink my life. In many ways, she says that's when she abandoned the heroic team, go to be a villain. Or better, a mercenary for hire initially. Hector thinks that Shago's personality is the opposite of Spider-Man. Don't want the responsibility. Chapter 221 to 240 is ended and next chapter 241 to 260 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.